Hello, everybody. Good morning, good late morning, good noontime, good lunchtime, whatever it is for you. Welcome on in. How are you guys doing? Oh, goodness. Can y'all hear me okay? Are we up and running? Let me check. It sounds so silent here. Oh, what is this? Let me turn this down. Okay. There we go. Now I can see chat. Good morning, good lunchtime, whatever it is. Um, Welcome in. I'm just sorry. I'm just scrolling through chat. Andy, welcome in. Salty. She gifted 5 Salty Sleuth Investigates memberships. Thank you, Andy. Welcome in, Tricia, Anna, Ryder, Alexander, Miss Rubug. All right. Welcome in. And Claw, Presidio. I'm going to pronounce it wrong. I'm so bad about all that. Welcome in, guys. Oh, boy. Won't be able to watch, but I can chat for a bit. Welcome in, BMD. Always good to see you in here. Um, Everybody, thank you for the birthday wishes. I appreciate that. Welcome to my mod team. Man, you guys rock, and y'all know it, and I love you guys so much. Butterfly, Forrest, and Rachel, they just make this whole thing work, right? It's better with them, better to have them with us. I'm just looking at your chats here. Andy, I tried to get it out in time so notifications. I'm bad. I'm bad about getting the show. I'm like, oh, I'll go live in, I don't know, within the hour, maybe a half hour. By the time I get to setting it up, it's like a half hour. And then I don't even think about it. Was it enough time to get notifications out? See, I'm bad about stuff like that, self promotion and stuff. I've had 2 buy me a coffees this morning. Thank you to my mods. I rarely drop links, but today I did. We do drop the coffee link occasionally. We do. Thank you, Chet, for the birthday wishes. Everybody, Angel, thank you. The Sparky pilot, welcome back. Nice to see you. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Boy, oh boy. So YouTubers behaving badly, or is it the Pima County Sheriff's Department behaving badly, guys? Which one is it? Did the law step outside of the bounds of the law, right? Are the YouTubers in the right? Or is the sheriff's little crazy ordinance he came up with yesterday, is that in the right? I had questions, about the legalities of what some of them they were doing, because no matter what sometimes we don't have to love it, but it is what it is, right? When we start removing freedoms because we don't like an individual or we don't like how they're doing it, then we run the risk of removing that for everybody, right? And yeah, that's like throws up those questions of what's going on down there over in Pima County. Say it's a combination of both, Forrest. I think so too. Who's making Nanos get all big mad to where he's now going to say, okay, YouTubers, I'm going to, start throwing out these citations, which they already did. They had cited Juice already, and they'd already cited Alex, but it was a citation, right? And now 857's got one as well. But the Juice and Alex were arrested. Of course, Angel, that's the only one that's it. We all know who's been down there. It's no secret. It's not like it's a secret. We know for a fact JLR, the Juice, Alex, Criminal Network, 857 when he ventures out of the hole, that we know they've all been down there countless hours and streams. We know that. But they're not the reason I keep Nancy Guthrie's name out there. I don't even watch those guys. They're not the reason her name is still out there. So all the people who want to come at me in my comments don't know what you're talking about. Why are you even covering it? Why are you talking about it? Because it's freaking news. Insert yourself in for a camera and get arrested on camera and all these things. We're going to talk about it. I see the shit they talk about over there in them chats. So do you see me coming over there saying don't talk about that? You freaking weirdos. Damn it, man. I'm old. Ain't y'all heard I had a birthday? I'll put up with your nonsense. Damn it, man. And that coffee is hitting right today. And I think my gummy may or may not have kicked in. They were pretty strong. I'm old school. I need strong shit. All right, guys. Let's take a look at the sheriff and see what he said about those YouTubers. Crazy YouTubers. Well, crazy is a strong word. There are a few crazy ones out there. We haven't forgot about you, Trisha. No, we haven't. And FBI's got some things to say about those con artists and scammers and stuff. We'll get to that soon, Trisha. Don't you worry. Okay, let's pull this up and see what the sheriff had to sell this time. If you know, you know. He says he starts out this segment, the clip the way they put it out on this what is it, Channel 4 there. Was it KVOA that did this or was it KOLD? I don't know. They started out with him saying, I'll say YouTubers. I'll call them that. We may or may not call you a sheriff. Verdict's out.
But the complaints got to be pretty YouTubers. But the complaints got to be pretty egregious in that the behavior of those individuals was becoming pretty scary, pretty frightful.
After months of neighbors complaining about unlawful behavior,
that their behavior was becoming frightful, and I mean, a couple of them would talk smack occasionally, but I never saw like threats and stuff going down, right? Like you have to be careful with what you say. No matter what, if I don't like something, doesn't mean I want these certain things to happen, because I'm all about protecting our rights. Whether these guys are like true press or not, that's for the internet to debate, not me. But yeah.
behavior in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood, the Pima County Sheriff says enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
Tonight, Sheriff Chris Nanos announcing a crackdown on the problem, and News 4 Tucson's Monica Garcia joins us live from the foothills to explain. And Monica, I know this has been a big issue. What do they plan to do about it?
The foothills have had enough.
That's right. We just spoke with Sheriff Chris Nanos, who says he tried to respect the public interest surrounding this case. A lot of people want to know what's happening, right, especially in the months after. And he's also trying to respect at the same time the rights of the people who live in this neighborhood. And let me just step aside, showing you what's still out here, Sean, these no parking signs. But now, as we talk about going into the 5th month of this investigation, he says complaints about a small group of individuals has grown so significant that calls to 911 from this neighborhood have tripled. And now he says the warning period is over. So Sheriff Chris Nanos says his office first responded to complaints with education, warnings, and requests for people to respect those that live in this neighborhood. That didn't work. So deputies began issuing citations that carry fines. Well, now going into the 5th month of this investigation, Nanos says some individuals that continue the same behavior despite those citations, well, now they're going to be subject to arrest and possible jail time if their unlawful behavior continues. Take a listen.
If somebody's just out there from one of our local media outlets or even a YouTuber and they've not been cited, then fine, we'll give you a citation and expect you to be reasonable with us and not come back. But if we happen to look at you and say, no, you've received a ticket, you've been cited for this same behavior, that didn't do you any good, you've upped the ante for me, so we're going to now take you to jail.
Okay, so the sheriff says the new policy is aimed at what he calls habitual offenders. And he goes on to say that he has the support from the Pima County Attorney's Office in this latest move. We will have much more on this story. So coming up tomorrow, we speak directly for the first time from neighbors who live in this area. And
okay, so that I found that part interesting, and I'm going to look for that later today. They're going to speak with the neighbors, because if you listen to the YouTubers on the street there, Neighbors love us. Neighbors don't want us to leave. The neighbors appreciate us being here for Nancy Guthrie. They don't mind. They feel safer, in fact. Is that like one or two, or is that all of them? I know one is all down with them, and one is like, get the hell out of my neighborhood, right? Yeah. Because is it a mixed bag in the foothills? Well, they're going to be infighting. They're going to be infighting inside of the Catalina foothills in a minute. I want the YouTubers to stay. I want them to leave. I'm going to put rocks out. Oh my goodness.
They're going to talk to us about specifically what the sheriff was referring to, this unlawful behavior that they've had to endure for months. Live in the foothills, I'm Monica Garcia. Sean, back to you.
Well. The sheriff is finally putting his foot down and saying, well, by God, I'm the top lawman. Let me just let me do something. What is he doing? I understand if you give them citations if they broke, like an ordinance for being on the public in the neighborhood, like whatever. I've been letting them battle that out, right? But we have to be careful when, as Nano's crossing the line with the arrest. Because I'll show you the interaction. We'll look at it when they arrested the Juice. And then I was unsure if they cited 857, but I found out they did, because and that was right, because I was going to get a little irritated with that. You can't arrest the black man that you've already gave a citation to and not cite the white man sitting next to him. I was going to put the brakes on that right there. Brakes on. But he did cite 857 as well. But a few hours before that, 857 was there streaming, and sheriff's deputy rides right by and rolls the window down. They have a little chit chat, and he's like, yeah, you're cool to be here. And he drives away. Within hours, Nanos has got some new ordinance nobody knows about, and he's sending them down there to make arrest on that guy y'all already gave a citation to, sitting on the side of the road. Goodness. In fact, hold on. One of my mods sent me something a few minutes ago. I just checked I saw I had notifications. What was it? Was it Brian Enton, wasn't it? Butterfly made a post. I just saw that let me get this. What did he say? Okay, 47 minutes ago, Brian Enton posted, regardless of how you feel about the streamers arrested outside of Nancy Guthrie's house, there are real questions about the legality of arresting someone for being a public nuisance on public property. See, and he's right. That's where we gotta, it can be comical and, oh my God, did you see what happened? And all the tweets that are twitting out there. Talking smack and wreaking havoc. Can we not do that if you want, but also follow the law, right? Y'all are big on that right now. Everybody's going to court, I think. Everybody's got court dates. Everybody's got documents in hand. True crimers and all, we know how it works, right? Well. Let me see what y'all are saying. Do y'all agree? What do y'all think about those arrests? I mean, you don't have to agree with what they've been out there doing. But do you agree that maybe the sheriff, did he cross a line, right? Forrest says, he states that the calls have tripled. Does that mean 3 calls instead of 1, 30 calls instead of 10? Like how many? Right? Was it just one? Was Sue Ellen, the neighbor who's put her name all over the place? Was it her? Was she continuing to, call and complain? Does she have friends that back her as well? Other people in the community? I mean, I can see it if it affected you if you lived right next door to Nancy. I mean, a lot of the activity throughout the whole neighborhood, I feel like, is calmed down. The FBI is not out there. There's not a wall-to-wall cameras all over the up and down the road. So it's like confined right there to Nancy's. And I get it. There's really, in my opinion, there's no reason to be outside Nancy Guthrie's house at the moment. Like, there just isn't. I don't need that to make me remember Nancy Guthrie's missing. I guess all of those chatters do need it every day to remind them. But, do you? I know there's activity coming and going from the house occasionally, but that was my mom's house. I'd have to go in occasionally as well. Somebody would need to go in there for me, even if I didn't want to go be caught on the camera by the crazy YouTubers, as allegedly. Somebody's got to do the work. A lot of this makes a lot of sense for people who have common sense. Those looking for the real killer sitting outside of Nancy's waiting for him to show back up and march his tail right up into her house, you're implying the family did it. Like, can we not let's not skew it anymore. You're dead ass implying the family did it. Annie, to be exact, her and Tom over there, couldn't be the golden girl. No, not Savannah. She's too good for all that. It's got to be the other one. You mean the one that stepped up to take care of mom so the other two could go live their lives? That one? Okay. Anyway. A case of Nanos overstepping again. Does he overstep? Does he even know how to step? It seems like the only thing he can overstep on is freedom of speech, right? He's not concerned about the defendant's rights when he's beating the shit out of them in the cop car, right? With his flashlight, he's not concerned about rights at that moment, but he's concerned about some neighbors getting, feeling antagonized by the YouTubers out there. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't understand the need to be out there, but also at the same time, we have to be careful about what we put up with. Now, after all that happened last night, what was that guy's name that went down there and bailed them out? Hold on. Let me show you this. And we all heard reports about Savannah hiring the private investigation firm. That came from Perez. What's his name? Not Perez Hilton. Was it that? No. Rob Shooter. He is a gossip columnist, right? He's always ragging on the NBC of it all over there. He kicks it up with Maureen Callahan over there on the Nerve, and they talk shit about the NBC all the time. And but he's where that came from. His Substack. My sources tell me that Savannah's hired Brian Enton, saying his sources he hasn't heard that. Maureen O'Connell saying she hasn't heard that. I don't care. It's none of my business. I say hire, hire, hire. If I was her, I'd be like, can I hire somebody? Maureen, I hear you got a pretty good firm. Something tells me I might want to hire her firm if I was Savannah and keep it on the down low. I'm pretty sure Maureen would keep it on the down low. Sarah, welcome in. Okay. So they did remove that memorial, but right after they removed it, I don't know who removed it, somebody showed back up delivering more flowers. I guess they feel like, y'all take our stuff, we're going to send it back. And after bailing out the YouTubers, they had a pizza party in the parking lot of the sheriff's department. Nanos was probably peeking out the window going, them damn YouTubers done got them some more pizza ordered out here. Now they're in my parking lot and they won't leave again. You won't let us go outside of Nancy's house? We'll just come to the sheriff's department. That's where JLR's been a lot lately anyway. Which was risky business for him, come to think of it, wasn't it? Risky business. No, BMD, a couple of them had played music out there, I think, but I don't watch them like that, so I really don't know what all they've been up to, but I don't think they've been out there. Well, Ted, there was that one night where Ted lined up the cones in the road and decided to jump them and jump some more until he ate the pavement. There was those kind of antics went on a couple of times. They were going to do a reenactment one night of the crime, but I don't know how since they couldn't get on the property. I don't know how that was going to work for them. Let's recreate it in the street. Juanita, get your cane. You're going to be Nancy. I'm going to wear a mask and be the guy at the door. We'll do a fake door. Okay, you got me? Stand right here. What the hell? All right. I can say whatever I want. It's freedom of speech and all they do on their channels, including holding up photos of people saying this is the real killer. Okay. He returned to the scene of the crime. Hey, Forrest Gump's mama didn't lie. She did not lie. Okay, let's look at this for a minute. Let me get it set up. And like I don't know this the Juice guy. I mean, I know who he is, of course. But he was always, the little bit I have watched of him, he was always a nice, polite guy. I think his heart's in the right place, right? But of the ones that are down there, he seems like the most respectful of the group. He's like, but he also may have other reasons to be that way, right? I mean, I think he's just normally a nice guy, but people were feeling like, was he being targeted because of his race? That was my only concern, was making sure that 857 got the same citation that Alex and, the Juice had received, because that's not fair. I'm not putting up with that. I don't tolerate that at all. Okay, so this is where the police approach. 857 is sitting there. You can see him in the blue right there with his little umbrella. He's a Tucsonian who's afraid of the desert sun. I don't know. Maybe that Florida sun hits different than the Arizona sun. I don't go outside dressed like, and he's in the shade. Okay. You know what? I always feel like that kind of stuff. Maybe I would burn. Look, I see folks walking around looking like that, and I feel like, man, I would burn up. Shed these clothes. Okay, whatever. Anyway, there's 857.
I just got it.
Public nuisance,
Okay.
Hey, wait a minute. The sheriff's come by and I talked to him and sent him food.
Yeah. I don't know.
2 hours ago. I mean, I have it on video of him. Yeah, he came out and he's like, "Are you 857?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like,
Right.
"Oh, you're cool.
Yeah.
You're cool. You know you're not updating." So yeah, I mean, if you guys look on your call log, you'll see there was 3 sheriffs out here like 2 hours. Yeah.
Well, this is the direction we're going.
I'm out of here if you guys are doing.
I understand that, but
Hey, Bullets and Bling. Welcome in. Welcome in. Thanks for coming. It's been a minute. Welcome back.
just get his 23 and we'll get going. All right, bro.
They've already got my information several times, and you're not telling me why you're here. I don't know what's going on. You just came and he demanded my name. I'm so confused.
So,
Right,
here's
but
the situation.
I don't know what's even going on.
Right now, we're going to be cited for the public, actually the public nuisance. Can't be here. Effective today.
Effective today, public nuisance that we can't be here. And under what law that is? You said.
We'll cite you. I'll let you know the statute, but that's what it is.
I'll let you know the statute, but that's what it is. It's a new ordinance going into effect today. Like I said, just a few hours before this, they come riding by and hello to 857, have a good day. A couple hours later, the Juice shows up, and within minutes, they're there with a new ordinance. And then I didn't even know Alex got arrested, because I was like, oh shit, Alex wasn't there. He's not out there with him today. And the minute I go to YouTube to research, to look at something about the Juice, I found the news clip about Alex being arrested at his home. I was like, oh shit, was he partaking in something when they knocked on the door? Alex, the law's coming, man. Put it out.
Did you get it right here?
Is it legal there? I don't know.
Yeah, I got it. I always get job done.
Okay. All right, bro.
So is this a new law in place or
so
something?
Let's go ahead and get this going. All right, man. So you're gonna be.
I'm gonna be cited for this.
Yeah, it's an actual arrest. It's an M2 misdemeanor.
The M2 misdemeanor.
So let's get your stuff together and come with us, all right?
get my stuff together and come with you guys.
Yes. Right.
What did I do wrong?
I just told you what you did.
Oh, he done putting on the blue gloves now.
So
Notice they're blue and not black. Oh, don't drop your gloves, sir. Don't do it. We will run DNA IgG testing on that bitch immediately. Drop it.
grab your stuff. grab
Can
your
you?
stuff.
Can we request a supervisor? I'm not. You guys are making me super uncomfortable.
I'm not trying to, dude. I'm really not.
I don't know what I did wrong.
I told you. That's
So I'm coming with you guys. Where am I going?
you're in the jail.
I'm getting booked into jail.
Because you already cited before. So
But they didn't.
They're going to book them into jail. Bullets and bling, you were down with a neck infusion. I had that. I've had that done. Mine was about, I have to go, 10 years ago. I have to go back to how old my grandchild is. 10 years ago, best decision I've ever made. So I hope you're improving and feeling better. Oh no, then you broke an ankle. Oh, boy, get back to living now. That's right. I'm glad you're on the mend.
Tell me that I could not come back here.
I understand that, man. Listen,
I was told that I was okay as long as I was not on the east.
I understand that.
I'm not aware of anything that you guys.
That's just what that's the direction we're heading. So like,
Can I get a supervisor, please,
I'm already-
before we move forward? Because I don't understand how I'm going to be arrested for something that.
here's the
I'm
thing, dude. Like
not-
I said, I'm really trying to make this as
No, and I'm not gonna. I'm
I
not.
know.
I'm not gonna give you guys a hard time
No,
at
no, I
all.
know.
If you guys want me to go with you guys,
Pack your stuff up and let's get going. Okay? Like we're not gonna. We don't want.
so I'm not able to call for a ride and
Well, here's
leave.
the thing. Can you call someone to take it?
Yeah, I
do
can
that?
call my girlfriend. Yeah.
Yeah, pick up your gear and pick up all your stuff, and we'll get you out of here. Okay? And I'll give you a copy of the citation.
So you're gonna give me a copy of the citation. So I'm excited. I'm not going to jail. I'm just
No,
being.
you're getting booked. It's a physical booking. It's a physical being cited. But you're being arrested.
That's crazy. Man. I wish you guys would have handled this a lot better.
So the weird part is they do come and arrest him right there on the street, right? You know, you're breaking the citation you've already been giving under our new ordinance. What was they went to Alex's house to pick Alex up. He wasn't actively live streaming, right? It's weird. What did Alex have a live stream hours before that, the day before? And you're like, oh yeah, there he was breaking our new ordinance that just went into effect. Did he break? Okay, hold on. Don't, damn it, man. Don't, damn it.
I didn't understand that I would be arrested for coming out here and doing what we've been doing this entire time.
How long? 7 to 9 minutes. Was your girl the one that dropped you off over here?
Yeah.
Okay. We don't want to mess. We don't want to damage any of your equipment. So
No, I know. I'm calling her right
respect. That's
now.
all yours.
So he's not being arrested at all? Just me.
Really just being cited.
So he's just being cited.
And man, this is weird because this guy always seems so nice to Juice, right? I never heard him saying off the wall bullshit or just being crazy. He talks intelligently and he's polite, right? And why, it's just weird. It's weird. And why did you get Alex at his house? Was he just sitting there chilling? Was he, what the fuck?
Because I have not.
Nanos is like, I need to do something to make the people like me again. I'm gonna go arrest some YouTubers.
Okay, I wasn't talking. I already had. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I've already had.
Uh-oh.
Interaction, and he said the officer sheriff came here earlier. Before.
Yeah, Butterfly, they were saying that the ordinance was new and it had to be within a couple of hours from the time the first cop came by 857. I mean, I watched that interaction. I went and purposely looked for it. I like to have all the information, not bits and pieces on what I hear or see in a tweet. Hold my coffee. I don't drink the beer. Well, occasionally if it's hot enough outside, I'm at the races, but that's a different story. Hold my coffee. I got to go look now. I got to be informed with my own eyes and ears. I don't want to get on the internet and have folks telling me what to do and how to feel and think. I got a brain. So I went and watched it. And like I said, the cop, chill. He's chill with 857. You're good. And he leaves. and 857 sitting right there. And then 2 hours later or so, the juice is there, and here they are with their new ordinance.
He said
And there have been some tweets since then.
we would find him. The other sheriff that has the same badge as you guys said we're fine. So, like, I'm sick for my fellow citizens that if he
That's
if
crazy.
he wouldn't have been allowed
I
here,
cannot believe this.
So I think you might want to think about it before taking him in. But you guys have to do, I mean, obviously, whatever your
I was never told that I wasn't allowed to come back out here, any of that. That's crazy. If they had told me that, I would have never came back out here. All I was told was to get off of the easement. I'm trying to call my girlfriend, but she's not answering. My first name is Troy. My last name is Bradshaw.
What do you like to go by?
I go by Troy, but I mean on stream. This is my stuff.
all your
Yeah, I'm
stuff?
trying to call my girlfriend, but she's not answering. So I'm trying to get her on the line.
Those are part of your guys. They're already here.
Say it again.
Those ones are already here, so.
Yeah. I just got here maybe 10 minutes ago. I've been on stream for 10 minutes. 10 minutes, yeah. Trying to give her a call.
What's your oh, that's your media? Yeah. 857.
She is not answering.
Your YouTube name is The Juice?
Mind if I use your phone real quick to call my girlfriend?
Yes, sir. Yeah, no problem.
Because it's not going through for whatever reason. I don't have any service at all. Say it again.
You said your YouTube handle is The Juice?
The juice, yeah.
Like DAADA?
Correct.
Juice, not
Yeah.
the?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm sure you guys been watching, or most of you guys. They said they've been watching 24/7.
Okay.
Hello? Can I? No, you're good.
Yeah, this was shocking because they already came by. Like, it hasn't even been that long.
I just got
Within
here.
the last hour, the sheriffs were out here with 3 deputies. I got you, man. And they never said anything to warn us. They were like, hey, you're
I guess they're taking me to jail. Can you come grab my? They don't want to take any of my stuff. I guess so.
Why are they taking it? What's the lawyer's number?
I have no idea.
Not able to say that they gave you.
Yeah, I was charged for obstruction of thereaway or something like that. I have no
They
idea.
never said you could come back. This is literally profiling you and harassing you. This is very
So yeah, I guess I got to gather all my stuff. I'll leave it all here on the chair, and then I guess I'll just take my ID. Yeah. So
just so you guys are understanding that there was someone out here.
Are you fucking kidding me?
all right. How far are you?
I'm on Wetmore and First.
Wetmore and Clarence. Are we able to wait for her to get here? Or?
I can stand by with the
You
equipment.
want to make sure it's all packed up,
But yeah,
ready to go.
We want you to verify that all your stuff is there, that you put
Okay.
everything where it needs to
Do you
be.
need this at all?
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
I want to make sure I take that with me. All right, babe. I'm hanging up.
I love you.
All right. Love you too.
I can stand by with all your stuff. I just want to verify that you know that all your stuff is there.
Yeah, I'm gonna take.
I'm not gonna mess
Well,
with it at all.
I'm gonna take both of my phones, I guess.
Yeah.
And that's about it. Got my.
He actually said, "Oh, is that 857? Oh, you're cool. No problem." He even rolled down the window and like.
I can't take both my phones.
That's what I'm trying to make sure. Yeah, it's fine.
I mean, if not, I'll take this one and I'll leave this one.
Whichever you really want to keep, just keep with you and just leave the other one.
So the sheriff woke up and he's like, I think I'm going to make up a new ordinance today. Stamp, legal or not. Here we go. Well, we know how he rolls with those legalities. He omits stuff all the time, right? He omitted that they need a process to get a new ordinance on the books. Well, they're going to have a new topic at the next town hall meeting.
So We're
your vest as well.
If you have a necklace and any other jewelry, I would suggest taking out. You take that cancel that.
Okay. They won't accept it. They will have to put it into our safety.
I'm really concerned for my safety at this point.
Concerned for his safety. You can't blame the man. I mean, I get it. I don't walk that walk as far as, the race part, but we've seen things, we know things. You gotta feel a little off-putting to know 857 sitting right there. Well, we're not going to arrest him because we haven't cited him yet on the old ordinance. You, sir, have been cited under the old ordinance. New ordinance says now we arrest you because you came back. He's doing the same thing 857's doing. So does the new ordinance mean you can only get arrested if you've already been cited under the old ordinance? And we haven't cited 857 yet, so we can't arrest him. So now here's your citation, sir. 857, go back down there today. Let me see if you get arrested. Take one for the team, sir, if you got them. If you got a pair, go do it. Oh.
Really don't know what's going on, man. You guys are really scaring me right now, man.
A little bit, just
You guys are
because
really scaring me, brother.
this is seriously not cool.
I'm really concerned at this point. I'm
Did
really not
Manos,
understanding this at all.
specifically name you to come out here, or was it? Can we talk to the supervisor? He was just here. No, I know. Can I talk? Because he literally, if he was here, he was here an hour ago.
So there's no supervisor that I can speak to at all.
We just spoke to the supervisor.
There's nobody higher up than him that I can speak to out here at all.
At this point now, right now.
So you're rejecting me to speak to anybody higher up at this point. And
We had our supervisor up there.
which was a gentleman that I spoke to now.
Sorry.
But the only supervisor that I'm in.
Right now, yeah.
And just to be clear, you guys are taking me down to the Pima County or the detention center. That's where we're going.
Yes. Hello? Hello? They're arresting groups. It's seriously, I can't talk. I gotta go. I gotta move it. Talk to you a little bit. Sorry.
Now, the guy who went out to the jail last night and to the kiosk and entered all of his information live on YouTube, he said that JLR was on it. He's got his lawyers on it. He's helping in any way he can from Texas.
And I can only take the one phone, you're saying?
Take one phone, baby.
I've never heard of me not being able to.
Sorry, dude. This is injustice, dude. No, seriously. That's what I don't get.
Come on, man.
No, seriously. All right. Just take off the back.
Crazy, dude.
He doesn't deserve this, dude. Yeah, greens.
Well, this is not right, dude. This is not right.
Remember that one time when 857 was live streaming from that restaurant and they made him leave because he wouldn't stop filming inside the restaurant? Lord. Okay, Butterfly, thanks.
I'm gonna.
Chat, love you guys. I'll see you guys later. Somebody's around, please follow 'em. Just follow me. Follow me there and make sure I make it there safe.
Okay, so that was when he ended his video and they took him down. And they did book him into the county jail. And they also booked Alex into the county jail. Then that YouTuber, what was his name? Nicholas something. I've got the video. Aldinger. I don't know who he is. I've never heard of him. I happened to be scrolling last night and saw it, right? And I was like, what's going on here? And I clicked it and I started watching. I was like, oh, this is what's going on. So I was like with my popcorn late last night watching that stuff. Okay, let me get that. I can't see my chat. Oh. Hold on one second, guys. I gotta look at something. Okay. Oh, my window's open a little bit from my cat, and a big truck went by. I don't know if you guys could hear that or not. Sorry if you did. I'm outside. Y'all hear it all the time, but I got the window open. Okay. Let me get the chat back up. Nano's made it sound like if you were cited, then on the second time was an arrest. It's strange. Yeah, well, I'm assuming, all we can assume right now is they're going by the fact that they were already cited, right? The Juice already got a citation, and so did Alex. I didn't realize Alex actually had gotten one, but apparently so. So I guess they're going by that. They didn't get a new citation under this new ordinance. Well, they did, but yeah, it's weird. They were already cited before, and now they have been arrested because the sheriff's got a new, ordinance going down. Let me look at the tweets real quick that was on there last night. What was it? It was from the Pima County Deputies Organization, where the Aaron Cross and these guys are posting from. They reposted Brian Enton's tweet about public property. Okay, 2 hours ago. Let's see. Uh-oh. What are they saying? Holy moly. They say 2 hours ago, the deputies... what? The deputies involved in the arrest yesterday will likely face discipline for their dishonesty about who ordered it. The commanders so confident of the charges should have had no issue putting their names at the bottom of the sites. Instead, they want to hide behind deputies. Lord, guys, there's about to be a dogfight in Pima County between the Pima County Deputies Organization and those yes men that Nanos has working for him. They better figure out which side they want to be on real quick. Then they posted Alexander Zabel, a YouTuber and volunteer search organizer, has been arrested following a crackdown in Nancy Guthrie's Catalina Foothills neighborhood. 15 hours ago, this evening, 2 subjects were arrested as they were live streaming in the Guthrie neighborhood. This arrest order personally came from Sheriff Nanos via chain of command. The public can once again see why we fight so hard to rid ourselves of him. Wow. So you can't do nothing right, Nanos. You can't even break the law right. Damn. Oh, man. See? We can't be like, yay, they arrested the YouTubers for sitting outside of Nancy's. Not so fast. Dang it. The deputies involved in the arrest yesterday will likely face discipline. From who? Nanos? We know he only disciplines the good guys on the department staff, apparently. So I don't know who's going to discipline them. Apparently the board doesn't have any authority to do anything but hold meetings and suggest. Wow. Okay, well, he says they're going to discipline for their honesty about who ordered it. Their commanders, so confident of the charges, should have no issue. They didn't even put their names on the citation? What's the comment section say? The community does not need felons like JLR hanging out in the neighborhood causing chaos for grifts. The criminal backgrounds of these YouTubers is nothing to turn their backs away from. I'll be praying for those deputies and all those who have to work with the vile nanos. They unleashed a First Amendment peaceful protest civil rights lawsuit, and to me, KVOA is involved, and this fact cannot be overlooked. They just conveniently happen to be doing a live stream from the same neighborhood, illegally parked right next to the no parking sign. Oh, they just got called out. Irony. Damn. People are vicious. They don't lie, though, do they? They unleashed a First Amendment peaceful protest civil rights lawsuit, and to me, KVOA is involved. Did they get a heads up? Did they get a heads up something was going to go down in the hood, get out there? Give Nanos some coverage, man. He needs good publicity. Plus, they have complained about the 911 calls they received because of the YouTubers who have caused no problems. Why not look into who has been making the calls? A guy who doesn't even live there. Oh, Lordy. Even without the deputies, we know who was behind it. Arrests made. Prayers for those deputies. You could tell on the live streams that they were not okay with all of this. These body language experts and know-it-alls are coming in hot with their translations of what was really going down that we could see with our own eyes. Once again, Nanos throws good deputies under the bus and escapes unscathed. Good deputies. According to this post, they may be yes men. What in the hell? Look, Nanos is the top dog, right, Butterfly? Of course it was Nanos. Who do we think it was? If not Nanos, then who? We damn well know it came from him. He got aggravated because his phone was ringing off the hook. Apparently, allegedly. He's like, man, I got to shut all this down. These people are irritating me. I can't even drive my Corvette around in peace because I got my phone ringing off the hook about some YouTubers and some javelinas taking poops on rocks. Damn it. Miss Nancy Guthrie, I promise you, not all of us have forgot about you, and we never will. You're one of those cases that will always stick with us. And I don't need this nonsense to remind me of that. We may need to remind people that this is all about you, though, Miss Nancy, and not about them. That goes for you too, Nanos. Pima County failed to find anyone to arrest in the Guthrie case. Now it feels like they're over-arresting people. Sue Ellen. You know what? Sue Ellen brings herself down there and talks to the YouTubers live on their streams, right? It's not... I don't know what her issue is. I don't know what Lauren's is. I don't know what any of them's are. Lauren likes the YouTubers. Is it going to come down to a head between Sue Ellen and Lauren? How far do they... Oh, Lord. Ladies. Okay, hold on. Let's look at something else. Boy, that was loud in my ears. Don't worry, Trisha. We haven't forgot about you. I'm going to say that every time I remember to say it. I'm aggravated with that lady. Ma'am, you triggered me with your using victims bullshit. Okay, let me get this up and loaded. I'm not going to do this part because I'm not trying to put your doxing information. Self-doxing, boy oh boy, y'all going to live stream. Y'all need to learn a couple things, right? Not a good idea to enter your entire information on a kiosk with the phone going, man. Realized it the second time you did it. You're like, oh, too late. It was too late. He'd already been seen. All right, I'm going to get down to where they actually let the guys out because they had to wait a hot minute. Hold on, I had my timestamp. Oh, I thought I did. Hold on, guys. I'm getting it there. I thought I had it ready, but I didn't. Okay.
Alex was arrested today, according to his family. Nobody was home. Cops just showed up, pulled him outside, and arrested him. From what his family said, nobody was there when he was arrested.
So Alex was there alone, and he got arrested. His family wasn't there. Poor Nick doesn't seem like the brightest. He seemed like a nice guy, Kimberly, right? Overall, he seemed like a nice guy. I feel like he's doing good out there with his battery exchange thing, whatever. But yeah, he wasn't too bright about showing all that. He'll learn.
They did not go in the house either. The cops didn't go through anything because I don't think the apartment's in Alex's name. I think it's in his kid's mother's name. So they couldn't go in there without her being there.
What you mean is they didn't have a search warrant for the apartment. Let's explain it for the masses. There was no search warrant to search the apartment. They had no right to walk in. They were just there to serve an arrest warrant on the individual located within the home. If he had barricaded himself in the apartment, things may have turned out differently, but he didn't. There was no arrest. There was no search warrant for the apartment. Fortunately for Alex.
So, yeah. Yep. That might be right, Becca. Actually, now that I think about it, you might have to live in this county for that to follow through. I'm not sure.
Hang on, let me get it. Because we're not watching all of this. We're just going to watch a little bit of it before we move on. But I want to get where we need to be. We're not going to watch that whole thing because they do have to sit out there and wait a few for them to come out once they got them bailed out. Apparently his mods and him, they got the money for Alex, and then somebody, the Juice's girlfriend, anyway, other people showed up and they ended up getting Juice out right after. Oh, playlist, here we go. I think Alex's bail was like, what, less than 500? Excuse me. I think it was less than 500 to bail Alex out. And it was less than 4, I think, to get Troy out, I think. Nick is kin to 857's lifelong friend. Okay. Yeah, I know 857's local to there. And isn't Juice, he lives there? Monica. He's about, I think Alex just came out and he's going to walk back over to where everybody's at. He had to do something to his phone.
Sorry about that. All right, so here we go. All right, Alex is out.
Oh, he's gonna kill you.
Well, Rachel, he's been live streaming from his house, but Alex has also been live streaming from Miss Nancy Guthrie's. When him and JLR came back from their big road trip, he went right back out there at it. Took his P tent with him.
Absolutely, guys. Nope, yeah, Juice should be.
The lady there with the blonde hair with her arm against that little wall or whatever pole concrete thingy. I forget the word, escaped me. That's that Lauren chick. Remember, she had everybody over for dinner at her house, and they live streamed their dinner. That's who that is. She's, friends with Miss Nancy from the neighborhood.
His lady's right down there. So his lady's sitting down there. He should be getting out very soon.
And I never dumped it. I was bringing it with me. So she thought I dumped it. Well, why did you make that? I go, I did.
Well, Anna said they were getting a barrage of 911 calls, but they never bothered to look to see where these calls are coming from. They're coming from him on X. I won't mention names right now, but you know who I'm talking about. I mean, he even admitted to making a whole bunch of them that one night. Huh? Yeah, on AI. That way his voice changed every single time. But they don't ask where you live.
They're discussing another YouTuber. Stop it, Lauren. What are you doing, ma'am? Quit with that AI stuff. I'm gonna use AI and change my voice and call the cops on you 50 times, allegedly. That's what they think happened. Now they're all discussing it. Instead of discussing, we were arrested trying to keep Miss Nancy's name out there. We're going to talk about the YouTubers now that may or may not have called the cops on us and may or may not be tweeting about us.
But if they were, she said she watched me a video. She said something on May 20.
Find Miss Nancy.
What did I do? I go, what are the charges? She's like, hey, well, we'll tell you in a minute.
The thing is, they forget you guys are using their lives.
Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. No.
They're talking about the P. I'm like, oh, you're worried about me informing you. I didn't.
We're still waiting.
Hey, Real Happy. Thank you.
It could have been what was left in your cup from what you were drinking.
Right. But there was nothing in it.
Yeah, who is this white boy idiot?
Yeah, he went and posted a video right after.
That's what they've been wanting me to go to jail.
I'm like, are you
they want me to. I'm
like, he admitted to it, but the girl's like, yeah, I did it. I'm like,
but it's okay. If they would have interviewed all the neighbors, I guarantee you none of those neighbors would. Right. Or if they had, they've only done it once in 4 months. This is all in our minds. You're out.
So they're having a big conversation about these other YouTubers and the crazy neighbors that don't like them.
Very soon.
yeah, we were all waiting for your fans
Actually, so Alex, I had 3 people. Well, dude, I had 3 people in my chat earlier. There was 15 people in my chat total, and 3 women threw me.
It was some kind of Mod Monday chat he's talking about, and 3 women threw him the money to go get Alex.
$800 to come down here and bail out you and the Juice. So, yeah.
It was 700 something.
55 for his, and the Juices.
Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, everybody, for the birthday wishes. I appreciate y'all.
255, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot
of.
You've got a lot of people that are going to
right away. Yeah.
Just know, Alex is very thankful, guys. No, he did not pee. The Juice. All right, he's out. Juice is here, guys. Yeah, screw white boy.
Juice, you didn't have to become famous that way, really. We're all over the news.
I found out right before my date that I found out right before my date. I'm like, I'm okay, I'll look back after. I see you one.
Hey, man. Welcome, man. No problem, dude. No problem, man. Yes.
Thank you, Butterfly. I got what you, the two things you've sent me, I have, and I've got mine. We're going to take a look at those in a minute.
All right, now we're waiting for pizza. I'm gonna have to take it all home. All right, Juice and Alex are out, guys. They are out, like I said. They do let people out after 10 p.m.
So there was some tweets going around and people posting statements from the sheriff's office website, like people who aren't, if you're not bonded out by 10 p.m., if it's after like 10 p.m., 8 a.m., you can't get out the next day. And they were like, no. Anyway, they were wrong. Whatever that policy was on the website was wrong. They were released after 10 p.m. So everybody's like, what with all this surrounding this, you know, and where's Miss Nancy? Why don't y'all all form a pack in a group and get a real, I don't know what to tell them anymore. I don't know. I would do things so differently if I was there, but I'm not.
They do. They let them out after 10 p.m. Yeah. Oh, what a good one. There we go. All right. Woo-hoo.
But now the fun part starts. They're gonna have hard time. They didn't get a shirt. But I guess dating.
All right, guys. They are out.
We weren't even arrested.
Really? Boy, they messed everything up.
Dang, that's crazy.
It was all by order.
Yeah. Man.
This is all going on outside the sheriff's office, y'all. Ugh. I don't know how long they all stayed out there. I have no clue.
Crazy. Crazy. Yes, they are. Let's go. I got apparently I got 2 large pizzas coming. I gotta wait for.
It was just our way.
They knew.
What was it that we were talking about? That's what was funny to me. Because when I saw him, I gave him a hug, and then after that, they
You guys want to take a picture?
Like where you go when you get in trouble.
We should all get, or maybe have
So they're going to, you know, gather and have photos taken and all the things. And I know at the end of that, they were talking about JLR's been notified and JLR's going to have his attorney. I don't know. I don't know that a whole lot will be done on his end to help anybody, except for maybe some words of encouragement. I don't know. Maybe he'll come through for his friends. I don't know. If any of those deputies don't follow direct orders, they can lose their job. True, but did they know that their sheriff was in the wrong and that's why they didn't sign the citations at the bottom? Right? Okay, so Brian Enton dropped something a few minutes ago about this. Let's see what let's see what he says. Okay, it was a short, it looks like he did. Brian. Tell us the business, sir.
Hey guys, so 2 YouTube streamers were arrested last night outside. Well, one was actually arrested at his house. The other was arrested outside Nancy Guthrie's house. And the circumstances are a little confusing about why they were arrested if they were on public property. But let me read you. I just got a statement from the Pima County Sheriff's Office. It says, today the Pima, and this came to me last night actually, the Pima County Sheriff's Department arrested 3 individuals who identify themselves as social media streamers in the Foothills neighborhood where Nancy Guthrie was reported missing. The Sheriff's Department has received numerous complaints about individuals blocking roadways, trespassing, and disrupting the peace in the neighborhood. Deputies initially issued warnings, followed by the posting of no trespassing signs and the issuance of citations for violations. Despite those efforts, some individuals continued to disregard the law. After reviewing video evidence showing one of the arrestees urinating in public behind a makeshift tent, Sheriff Chris Nanos has directed deputies to take stronger enforcement approach.
That was Alex. Behind the tent. He had that little stand-up, pop-up tent. He was going in there and using the bathroom. Did he go behind it and pee in public? Oh.
Sheriff Nanos will no longer tolerate behavior that disrupts the community or violates the law. Effective immediately, individuals found in violation of the law may be cited and released on a first offense. However, repeat offenders may be arrested and booked into the Pima County Adult Detention Center on charges of public nuisance. And that's what's interesting. Like, is it actually a public nuisance to be outside Nancy Guthrie's house on public property? I'm not sure. 2 of these 3 individuals were booked into the Pima County jail. Alexander Zabel Jr., 54, charged with 2 counts of obstructing a highway or thoroughfare and 1 count of public nuisance. Troy Lewis Bradshaw, charged with 1 count of public nuisance. And a 3rd individual, Damian Enderly, charged with 1 count of public nuisance. Cited and
So they technically arrested 857 as well, got him a citation.
Released. The Pima County Deputies Organization, which is the
Nobody was down there trying to. What happened, 857?
union that represents the deputies, also posted something about this, saying the deputies involved in the arrest yesterday will likely face discipline for their honesty about who ordered it. Their commanders, so confident of the charges, should have had no issue putting their names at the bottom of the citations. Instead, they want to hide behind their deputies. So it seems like the deputies union is not happy about these arrests. They said this evening 2 subjects were arrested as they were live streaming in the Guthrie neighborhood. This arrest order personally came from Sheriff Nanos via chain of command. The public can once again see why we fight so hard to rid ourselves of him. So I've heard complaints from the neighbors about just like the streamers being in the neighborhood nonstop. But again, the question I have, and I'm going to look into it, is legally, is it a public nuisance to be on public property on the side of the road outside Nancy Guthrie's house? Would I get arrested now or get a citation if I went out there to do live shots for News Nation?
Well. I think we may have an incoming video later. Who's he going to talk to? Brian's like, I need to see that ordinance, because if I go down there, what if there's some breaking news in the Nancy Guthrie case and Brian needs to get down there to get his shots, like he's saying, right? We know the news does that. It is what it is. So what if he goes to get his shots and he can be arrested for doing the same thing? You have mixed feelings, because here we have seen Alex be so disrespectful, and we can't just make up laws on a whim. No. Right, no matter what somebody, however you feel about Alex, they all get the same treatment, right? We see that Alex and the Juice are down there doing the same thing, but they have very different methods, tactics, and personalities. One is a nice guy, one is very off-putting to a lot of people, but they have the same rights. Now you stick Brian Enton there next to those 2 guys. He's got the same rights, right? So we have to be careful. Remember, I've said it before in other cases. We don't like it here and we're willing to tolerate it. What about the next case? When it comes to the law, right? If Nanos wanted to put a stop to what was going on in front of that house, he's had a long time to do it. He felt a public pressure from the people who kept calling and ringing his phone off the hook. Let's bring common sense back into the conversation. Somebody's ringing that man's phone off the hook, and they're pissed and they're not happy. And by God, I could take you down, Nan. I can make sure we get enough signatures to get you out of here. Hold on, I'll do something. Let me make up an ordinance real fast. What? We can't do it. I haven't agreed with all the tactics going on down there. I've not made that a secret, but I also don't want rights trampled on either. We have to be careful. Brian just said that would be his concern now. If he goes down there, would the same thing happen to him? That he just said that in that video, the short we watched. So he's going to be diving into the law of it, right? Because that's the part that matters. Where'd this ordinance come from? How long did anybody approve it other than the sheriff? What does the ordinance say? What's the statute code on that? How come your deputies aren't signing the citations they write? There's a lot of questions there that need to be answered to sort it out, right? If we want the YouTubers held accountable for breaking laws, doing whatever, make an ordinance about that, right? They got to do it. They need to fix it. It's up to Nanos and his department to find the peace there and to fix that whole situation. He could have done things a lot other than blocking off the road to one-way traffic and all the weird stuff. There was a whole other way to handle that situation. But who am I to tell them how to act like adults? I'm tired of trying to tell adults how to act like adults. It's tiring. It's exhausting. No, Rachel, that's the whole thing. There was an ordinance, right, already in place about certain things. They cited the 2 streamers already. That just happened like last week. People were wanting to help get lawyers. So they had their citation. And now they've been cited again and arrested under Nanos' new phantom ordinance that popped out of nowhere. And now Brian Enton's concerned, hey, is the same thing going to apply to me if I go back down there to get a shot if y'all crack the case? If you ever crack the case. So I don't think it's rocket science. I think somebody in the neighborhood continues to complain. Nanos finally said, okay, maybe I'll do something. Maybe it'll work in my behalf. I'll look good again. Now you just look foolish, sir. Pulling ordinances out of your ass every morning. Where did it come from? Sheriff Nanos? And we're fools if we don't think it came from Nanos. Because I don't know who else it would. The mayor? The governor? Who? They? Who's they? I've been looking for they for a long time now. They did it. We'll just say they did it. We can blame them for everything, and they're phantoms, so we don't got to put too much thought behind it. Just it's their fault. That's all you need to know. It's all you need to know. It's their fault. They did it. You conform now and fall in line. Well, exactly, Butterfly. The common sense will tell us that he cannot arbitrarily create a law or ordinance and enforce it on the same day in Pima County. That is why I feel like they're all looking at this now going, what? That is why the Pima County Deputies Association's out there making tweets now about it, because what was done was illegal. You can't just pull an ordinance out your butt today, sir. You can't. No matter how hard you want to try, Nanos, Jesus, you can't do it. Yeah, if the neighbors weren't complaining, Rachel, Nanos wouldn't give what's going on down there a second thought. He knows the law, the existing law, right? He knows the law. And you can't, I mean, do we really need to go look up history on laws and how they become a law and the bills and all these things and the local ordinances that have to go into place? There's usually votes. There's usually all kind of things that go into this. Do y'all watch your local government, your city council stuff? Do you anytime ever pay attention when the news is on? Because it matters in the end. So you can't just do that. But he did. And now the sheriff's associations, like them deputies, may be facing disciplinary action. So it's not rocket scientists. We don't need the, well, they going missing when alien scientists are. So obvious what has happened, what they've done, what Sheriff Nanos did. Nano, he's like, I gotta make something happen. I gotta. Been outside working and building my chickens a little box. Oh, a box. Oh no, the rain came. Damn it, rain. Well, chill out. Have a rest. Your chickens appreciate your labor. I am sure they will enjoy that. That is so cool. Like I told you, I miss my neighbor's chickens. Now I'm thinking, do I need to get chickens? But I don't think it'll work out with my dogs. That might not be nice to the chickens. Were you Kimberly? I kind of reviewed it all after the fact. I did that little late night live when I saw it all happen, right? Because I was in the interview rooms chat and saw somebody post something about it, and they deleted it. I was like, oh wait, excuse me. And so of course I left that chat because it was kind of boring anyway. And then I got sidetracked. Something was going on here, and so I ended up hanging out and chilling with my grandson and the dogs for endless amount of time, touching grass and doing things. But then when I got back online, I was like, let me go see what's going on here for real. So I went and reviewed a lot of it. Hey, I like to be informed. I may not always come on here and talk about it, but by God, no, I know about it. Right? I'm a nosy fucker too. Let's not pretend we're not all nosy. We unpack true crime. We want to know things. Is it pouring there, Rachel? I haven't looked. It's not going to rain on my parade today. I gave it instructions. I don't usually look at the radar. My son will try to tell me, well, it's going to rain in like 20 minutes. And then, son, you've been reading words again. 30% chance, and you feel like it might be at our house. Reading those weather words, I call them. Show me the radar. Let me look for that hook echo all by myself because I can spot it. And I'm not even in tornado country. Anyway, let's move on. We will let the Pima County Sheriff's Department, Brian Enton, get on the investigation. Figure out what this ordinance is all about, if it's legitimate, if it's legal, what kind of course of action do these YouTubers have now. I'm sure that funds are being raised to help support their efforts. And I'm sure videos will be made and all this, but the ones out there like throwing shade at them and like, oh, they got what they deserve. Remember, y'all also have media passes. And your true colors will shine through. So Kash Patel weighed in on the Nancy Guthrie investigation again. Remember how he said they had that fixed-wing aircraft ready to take that DNA somewhere? It was on standby. 4 days later, sir. Because again, you double down in this interview talking about we didn't come in until 4 days later. Like, Kash, I don't know what's going on with you, sir, but I've heard things. I've heard things. You weird me out, so I've always ignored you. I'm like, ew. Truly and honestly, I've never paid that guy much attention because he just gave me a weird vibe. Like, I don't want to know what's going on up there at the top. Then, of course, things happen and I see things and I can't help myself. I need to go grab a Coca-Cola. Okay, so let me grab a drink real quick, guys, and then I'm going to come back and we're going to take a look at something else here. Let me get my stuff together real quick, like what are we going to show you next? Okay. Salty, did you see where Brian Enton posted saying that Savannah didn't speak? Yes, didn't spend the 500,000. He actually talked about it in his one of his last videos, right? I didn't watch the whole video. I think he had Maureen O'Connell on there. They were talking about another case, I think, but he had stated that his sources are not telling him that, right? That she did not. This is all coming from sources, right? So we don't take it all with a grain of salt. And like I had said earlier, the original report came from a Hollywood gossip columnist, right? That who always goes hard at NBC. He said that that was the case, and that's where everybody got their Rob Shooter's Substack. That's where they all got the information from. But Enton's sources and Maureen O'Connell said her sources both say no. But it wouldn't surprise me if she did, right? Honestly, if it was my mom and I had that kind of money and I can't find her, I'm doing whatever I can, including spending $500,000. I heard I got 40. What's a $500,000 for my mama? Nothing. I'll burn that money in the backyard, all 40 mil if it'll get her back. Promise, bet. All right, I'm going to grab a Coca-Cola. I'll be right back. Okay. Hey, Dolphin, welcome in. Are you relaxing? I hope so. 2 hours of sleep. Oh, well, we hope you get more rest. And Dolphin's been a long time friend, and she's a long time friend of the channel. And she's had some devastating news happen at her home. Yeah, Maureen is straight to the point and doesn't mince words. And you pick up on something. Listen to her when she's talking and take note of some of the things that she says that you might not normally would pay attention to. You're like, what'd you just say, ma'am? Let me write that down. Clocking you. You're telling me a lot, actually, and I'm listening. And now Maureen is a permanent co-host over on Big City Dan. I don't know if they're going to be doing just videos or lives because Dan has tech issues. So I think they did a video last. They're not like streaming all the time or putting out. They just started with Maureen. Announced that she was permanent co-host there. And they did one live, right? And then they've done a video since then. So I don't know if it's going to be a weekly thing with those guys over there or how they're going to do that going forward. But Big City Dan is the channel where Maureen is over there hanging out with those Chicago cops. Dolphin, your typing may go to shit in a little bit. That martini hitting? Okay. I saw the picture. I was like, that looks kind of good. If I was a martini drinker, that would looked refreshing. Let's see. What did Kash Patel have to say about the Nancy Guthrie case? Hang on, Trisha. We're coming. All right, let me get it to where my timestamp. My love-hate relationship with the FBI just shines through with this character here. Okay. All right, let me get the screen up now. This is over on News Nation with, what's it, Katie Palvich, what was her name? Palvich, I think. She tells us her name, I think. And they were discussing quite a bit of things. And they brought up something in this interview, and my ears went, what? What did you just say? And then I had to go and find the document, because y'all know me, I got to know the facts. Okay, we'll get to that in a minute.
Speaking of successful arrests and prosecutions, there has not been a successful arrest in the Nancy Guthrie case. I know the FBI got to Tucson almost immediately to try and help Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos. What's the update on that case?
From day one, the FBI offered up our assistance because it was a state and local matter. So we were not the lead agency because it was not being investigated as a federal matter, because there was no evidence about a federal nexus to a federal crime. So we showed up immediately and offered our assistance. We were not let in for 4 days. And that's their choice. We continue to offer assistance. I even visited our Tucson office where we had 150 agents and analysts working on the Nancy Guthrie case to provide intelligence. What the FBI is great at, what we did when we finally had access to the Ring doorbell camera, for example, we went to our partners at Google and we said, hey, we know that there wasn't a paid subscription service, but let's go look at the metadata and see if we can find a needle and a needle and a needle in a haystack. And what do?
A needle and a needle and a needle in a haystack. Our partners at Google, part of that InfraGard,
we pull that out. Same thing with the DNA. We offered our assistants to go test the DNA, and it's up to them. They chose to use a private laboratory. It's like a child abduction case or missing persons case. You need the first 48 hours to hit the ground hard. And again, the state and locals are in charge of those investigations. We, the FBI, don't take ownership of them. We've continued to offer assistance. We continue to do it now. And we will show up for any investigative examinations that they wish our assistance on, whether it's our laboratories in Quantico. But that's the nature between state and federal and local law enforcement. And what you saw here in Ohio is when state and locals work together, it works really well.
Oh, when the state and the locals work together, it works really well. That Nanos guy didn't like us from jump. We investigated him that one time. I'm like, what? Oh, boy. Dolphin says, okay, I'll give him credit. They did good work on getting the Google video images. Yeah, well, I almost have it memorized when Cash was on that one show, the News Nation, and working with our partners in the private sector to serve lawful warrants. Because Google's like, don't come at us without a warrant. We got a lot of information on our peoples, and they don't know we share it. They might get mad at us. You better come with that lawful warrant. And then the InfraGard, which Maureen was a member of for decades, according to her, and they worked with the private sector partnerships. Yeah, anyway, they were able to, FBI equals Google scary. Well, they got to come with that lawful warrant. They're working with partnerships, and it's not just Google that this partnership, part of the InfraGard, I went down a whole ass rabbit hole. And all these companies, right, that they need to work with them. We just went over that whole Supreme Court thing on the geofence warrants, right? And geofence warrants came from Google. Google's like, brakes on, you're looking at all of our peeps. How do y'all think they looked at Carlos and Luke in the Nancy Guthrie investigation? Where do y'all think they got those names from? They didn't walk into a pawn shop and buy a pistol. They didn't get caught at Walmart buying a backpack or a jacket. Their phones were captured in a geofence warrant and had movement. Were they the only two suspicious activity movements? I wonder if that's what really happened, because I think it was. So the InfraGard and the FBI and their partnership with the private sector is deep. There are a lot of companies involved with it. And in partnership with the president, they made it easier to get those warrants served on these companies. I went down this whole rabbit hole about it. And there's so much more we still don't know about it, right? Because we got to have these lawful warrants. We can't just go in and say, hey, Google, we need all of this, right? We better put the safeguards in place. Without the safeguards, then we get into that slippery slope stuff. Right, Dolphin? It's really your data, right? And y'all know how it is these days. We just kind of skim through all the things, and there's like 1,000 words. You're like, yeah, I agree. What did we just agree to? That you now own all my data, or is it still mine? Do we take us 5 hours to read this damn statement before we click sign or click yes? Using a VPN at the hotel. Yeah. No, you don't ever know, Dolphin, right? Who's accessing that on that open service like that? You can't be too careful. You can't be too careful. All right, let's look at something here. Some funny. Loudy, loudy, loud in my ear. Okay. I guess I haven't watched all of this. I saw it, I clicked it, and I was like, man, I don't know what's about to happen, so I'm just gonna wait and watch it with my peoples. I'm hoping for sheer entertainment. It's my birthday after all, and I love to laugh. Oh Lordy. Contrary to popular belief. Oh boy. I gotta get it up there first. I just had a thought, but sometimes it's better to keep them thoughts to yourself. Y'all ever do that? You had a thought that you almost said out loud, and you go, "Oh, maybe not. I should, maybe not." I just had one of those moments. Damn it! All right, screen up, and it's time for the OLAP. All righty. What is this one titled? It's something to do with It's All About Megan Connor featuring Web Sleuths Part 1. I was like, is this what I need on to get it going on? Okay. Did y'all hear what Cash said? And the president, they have a whole thing where the president initiated this thing, and it didn't just happen today, Nancy Guthrie case. It's something they've been doing, right? When he spoke on the news about it, on the News Nation piece, he said, when the president and they have been working with their private sector partners and developed plans and ways to get these subpoenas ordered. It's been something they've been working on for a long time. And then Maureen commented about the InfraGard and how long she was a part of that. And that's exactly what they do. She almost repeated it word for word with our partnerships with the private sector. Came from the top. Remember, some of it's easy to figure out.
Connor, you have been through a lot of trauma in your life. You are Lori Cox's cousin.
Oh, we're going to start out hot with I've been through all this trauma because I'm Lori's dumb cousin. Okay. OLAP.
Know the family very well. Knew them when you were a teenager.
What I have to say and what I have to share is helping people, period. I know that's the case, and I know there are people out there who disagree with that, and guess what? I don't fucking care. It's my fucking channel, and I'll say whatever the fuck I want.
When you have brought up childhood trauma.
Did she just cuss and say, it's my channel, I'll say whatever the F I want? Remember that one time Joe asked her, as a former Mormon, do you feel odd when you cuss like me? She's like, fuck no. I was like, oh, girl, calm yourself. Calm yourself.
Family members don't like that. And there are members of the Cox family, of Lori's family, that will not speak to you, correct?
Oh, yeah, definitely. And I think what's interesting is that some people say, well, I don't have the kind of trauma that you've had, and so I don't feel justified to say that I've been wounded. But trauma is just a wound, and there is no such thing as like gold, silver, and bronze medal of the trauma.
There you go.
wound.
Right.
There is nobody who can say that my trauma was worse than yours, or my trauma wasn't as bad as yours, so I don't feel deserving of needing healing. Like, all of us have wounds of some kind, and it doesn't matter how deep the wounds are. It doesn't matter how often we experienced wounding. The point is that all of,
or how often we experience wounding. No matter how often we experience tragedies, but how often we experience wounding. She's coining new words.
of us develop habits around protecting ourselves from those wounds.
Right.
And sometimes those habits trend to the unhealthy side. And so we have to address those wounds to make sure that our coping mechanisms are healthy. And when our coping mechanisms trend to the unhealthy side, that's when we really need help from professionals to make sure that our wounding isn't hurting other people as well. We all have wounding, we all have work that we need to do, and if we choose to engage in the work, then we can become healthier. If we choose not to, we steadily trend towards unhealthier behaviors, and that's where we end up with situations like this.
Oh yeah, there are all different levels of trauma, different types of trauma, wounding. We are all wounded in some way. But we got Megan here to tell us how it's all done and explain it all to us, because we don't know nothing. None of us on the internet know. We just people have to tell us everything. Like, explain it to me today, like I'm two. Yeah, Megan's gonna try.
So this would have happened when I was a teenager, and there were 2 times when my older brother and I went to visit the Coxes in California when my family lived.
Okay, so when she says the Cox family, she's talking about Lori Vallow's family. She's Lori Vallow's dumb cousin. She'll tell you that Lori is her dumb cousin, but I call her Lori's dumb cousin for thinking she can. But anyway, she's talking about the Cox family, and she's talking about Lori Vallow's family, that side, because she's from Lori Vallow's family. So yeah, this is Megan. No, Dolphin, no psychology, just a lot of life wounding and a few courses on Facebook on empathy, I think. I really don't know what her background is. I forget.
In Connecticut. So my older brother and I flew out to California. One of the times that we were there, Janice and Barry were there with us. And
Janice and Barry are Lori Vallow's mommy and daddy. Now remember, when all hell broke loose and it came out that Lauren Matthias from Hidden True Crime talked horribly bad about Lori Vallow's victim's family, Megan come out on a live stream and told that family to go take a seat. Don't need to come out here and speak your piece about Lauren, my friend. Who the hell is she to tell people to you take all the seats?
And one of the other times we were there, they were in Las Vegas. And it was just the kids at home. Stacy was kind of in charge. She was left with some money and some responsibility and things like that. But the time that we went when Janice and Barry were there, it was the first time I had experienced being at the Cox's house without parental supervision, really. And there was a lot of inappropriate behavior that I witnessed. One of the things was Janice and Barry having sex during the day when all the children could hear what was going on. It was like a Sunday afternoon. It was after church.
On a Sunday afternoon after church, they're getting it on, and all the people could hear, all the kids could hear. Let's get it on after church on Sunday. What in the world? It's traumatizing. You could hear it, Megan.
And the kids would say, oh, mom and dad are going to have a nap. And
Dolphin, who's Elvira in the top left? That would be Trisha from Web Sleuths. The con artist. Trisha from Web Sleuths.
and we could hear noises coming from their room. And the kids kind of ignored it, dismissed it, explained it away, just said like, that's normal, that's what happens. But especially between Alex and Adam, there was a lot of joking and speculation about what might be happening. And for me, as a 14-year-old kid who had never really been exposed to those things, it was super.
As a 14-year-old kid who'd never been exposed to those things, sensitive topic, but didn't you make a lot of claims about what happened to you as a child? Some kind of daycare babysitting situation?
Confusing. It was super upsetting. I didn't really know what to make of those things. And it's super invalidating, honestly, to listen to Summer and Adam and other people talk about the family system as if it was normal. When you think about what is normal, normal is whatever you've been exposed to. Normal is whatever you're used to.
You said you were used as an alibi. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so for those who don't know the story of Stacy's death, Stacy is the oldest daughter of Janice and Barry Cox. She had type 1 diabetes. She didn't manage it well. She had a lot of health issues. She had disordered eating. She went through a horrific divorce with her husband, Steve Cope. Steve did everything that he could to take their daughter, Melanie, away from them, who, by the way, that was Melanie Boudreau Pulowski, who we see later in this story, right? Melanie was taken away from Stacy, and I think Stacy, as a mother, she took that really, really hard.
Melanie is Lori's niece. Melanie was the wife of Brandon Boudreau, another attempted murder victim of Lori Vallows. It goes deep. This whole family has had a lot to say. Lori Vallows' family, minus Colby Ryan. This has nothing to do with Colby in my mind. But her other family members are out here living large on the YouTube streets, telling us all the Lori business.
Hard. And I personally believe she had suffered abuse at the hands of Barry. She went through a lot of difficult things. I think she was super depressed and had a really hard time. In 1998, Stacy was living with Barry and Janice in San Antonio. She was very sickly.
Megan's been out here for a long time, right? None of these people just showed up on the internet. They've been out here for a long time now. And Megan branded herself as, well, how do I get these people to like me because I'm Lori Vallows' cousin? How they listen to me, my side, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I know, I'm empathetic. If I go out and teach them about empathy, then they'll empathize with me because it's not my fault what Lori did. She's just my dumb cousin. Now, y'all all come sign up for my courses and my website so I can teach you about empathy. Yeah, the grift is strong. The con, grifting is no longer a word. A grift is a simple get on here and drop your links and grift. Con artist with their websites and their courses and their pay for this and their pay for that, you're con artist. We're going to start calling it what it actually is. Apples don't fall far from trees. You're right. Behaviors are learned, Megan. Family dynamics, according to Dr. Gary Bricardo, are fucking strong and matter.
Couldn't hold a job. She couldn't take care of herself. And Alex was also living in San Antonio, but he had his own apartment. And from time to time, he and I would hang out together, watch movies, get dinner, whatever. One night he called me up and he said, hey, would you like to hang out, watch a movie? I'll bring takeout, whatever. I said, sure. He came to my apartment. He brought some food. We started watching a movie. About halfway through the movie, he turned the movie off. And he said, hey, I'm really worried about Stacy. And I was like, hey, what's going on? And he said, she's been really depressed lately. And I've been really worried about her health. And she told me tonight that she was just going to take a big shot and go to bed.
Oh, dear.
And at the time, I didn't know what that meant. I wasn't educated about how type 1 diabetes works. However, now I have a son who has type 1 diabetes. And I know that if you take a big shot of insulin, it makes
you just happen to have, oh Lord, your baby too?
your blood sugar drop really low.
Right.
And there's a danger that you could go into a coma and not recover, right? But there's also the other side of the equation where your blood sugar goes really high and you go into DKA or diabetic ketoacidosis, where again, you can go into a sugar coma and not wake up. So Alex said to me, he was really worried she was going to take a big shot and go to sleep. And he said, will you come with me and go check on her and see if she's okay? And so, of course, I said, okay. We drove over to Barry and Janice's house. He opened the front door and immediately went upstairs to the master bedroom, which I thought was weird because Stacy's bedroom was downstairs, but she was upstairs in the master bedroom. She was laying in Janice and Barry's bed and she was breathing kind of fast and shallow. And I didn't really think there was much wrong with that. I was like, oh, she's just sleeping.
Right.
But Alex kind of tried to shake her awake and couldn't get her to wake up. And I tried to shake her awake and couldn't get her to wake up. Alex then picked up the phone to call 911. And I stayed with her and he went into the hallway to talk to the 911 operator. And I was...
Yeah, that's what she's explaining, Sarah, that she was there when Lori's other sister passed. When Melanie's mother, which was Lori's sister. There was another comment that I just saw too. Yeah, Dolphin, HTC does still have a channel. She's still going strong. Her people aren't listening to any of us, right? They're not listening to the bad. They're not hearing all that. We're just crazy people who are jealous. That's why we talk about them. So therefore her people are like, no, we're HTC strong. We're hidden gems and web sleuthers. And we're going to find out who your loved one is in a minute when we Google stuff. We're going to sign up and get paid from the web sleuths to go research through the Google.
Really confused. I didn't know what was going on. I thought she was just asleep. I thought it was weird that we couldn't wake her up, but I didn't really know what was happening. The next thing I knew, paramedics had arrived. They came up the stairs with a stretcher. They immediately got on the bed. One of the paramedics got on the bed with Stacy, thumped her really hard in the sternum to try and wake her up, and she would not respond. And so the other paramedic started cutting off her clothes and putting her on the stretcher. And I was like, is this really that serious? Like, is she really not waking up?
Right.
And the thing that was so strange about it was that Alex and I were the only ones in town. Adam was working in Kansas. That's where he lived. But the rest of the family, Janice, Barry, Lori, Summer, Colby, were all in Hawaii on a vacation.
That is weird.
And we got to the hospital and we waited to hear what the doctors, they came out to say. And I called my parents who lived in San Antonio. They came and met us at the hospital. The doctors came out and talked to my parents and told my parents that she was in DKA and that she was not going to recover.
Oh, no. Oh, God.
And they said that we were going to send her to hospice care so that she could be comfortable until she passed. And my parents contacted Barry and Janice, and they did not come home. They stayed in Hawaii.
What?
So
running off to Hawaii must be a family affair over there in the Valo camp. Real life don't exist anymore. We're going to hightail it to Hawaii.
My parents made arrangements for Stacy to go to hospice care.
Right.
We took her over there. Alex disappeared for a couple of days. My parents made all the arrangements. I sat with her as much as I possibly could, although I had young kids at the time. And when Alex finally did show up a couple of days later, I asked him, I was like, where have you been? What's going on? And he said, oh, I was doing some retail therapy. And I said, what do you mean? And he said that he had taken Stacy's credit cards and he went out and bought a bunch of stuff.
Horrible.
He bought golf clubs and stuff to decorate his apartment and other stuff. And I was like, what?
Wait. Didn't Megan and Alex get in trouble for using his deceased sister's credit cards? She's like, that wasn't me. It was all him.
What are you doing? And he said, well, I mean, she's going to die and she's never going to have to pay it back. So it's not going to be a big deal. And I was completely stunned by that. I didn't even know what to say. It turned into kind of, I don't know, it turned into kind of a big thing in a family story or whatever, but it was.
Right. It don't make any sense, Higgins. So her actual parents are in Hawaii. So we'll just let the other family members set up hospice. I have had to do that before in my life. Twice. Okay. Mel Megan's, this is one of her stories right at the moment. Yeah, retail therapy. Nobody used that term back then. I don't. Yeah, they did. Women used to say all the time, "I'm going to go for retail therapy." Like, dang, girl, you can't take it with you when you're gone. Remember that, sister. You go spend it wisely.
I just didn't understand, how do you make that connection in your brain? Like, how do you say that it was okay for you to go out and do those things? I'm able to speak about these things because I have done the work to heal from them, but it's still like every time I think about it and talk about it.
She's done the work to heal from it, but thought about dipping out on the internet because we said unkind things about her after she told a victim's family to sit the fuck down and not speak their mind. You're allowed to come out here and speak your mind, and your cousin killed them. So what gives you the right to come speak your mind when your cousin killed people, but the people she killed, their family can't speak? That's real rich. That right there alone should have been enough for anybody and everybody. Should have been all it fucking took. Let's be honest.
It's still just like, I just don't understand it logically.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense to me. And the thing that is hard, the thing that is hardest for me is that I was the only one who was actually there. Alex came to my house. Alex used.
Well, she called it retail therapy, or maybe Alex said I was out shopping, and she's like, it's retail therapy. Who knows? With Megan's word salad, and she thinks that she's better than all of us with her writing skills and her communication skills, and she strategically places words. I got this girl's game figured out. She kind of pretty much laid it all out before for us, but I paid attention. So she strategically uses certain tactics because she's a con artist. She doesn't just have a YouTube channel. She's got a whole ass website. Come learn with me. Come buy my courses. She knows exactly what she's doing. And she uses her. If y'all ever really watch her videos, she chooses her words very carefully.
Me as an alibi. My parents weren't there. My siblings weren't there. Lori's family was not there. They were in Hawaii. And even to this day, there are some family members that will say, oh, Megan doesn't really know what she's talking about. She wasn't really around that much. I'm like, I was there. I will still never understand why they didn't fly home. I will still never understand why they let my parents be the one to set up hospice care for her, why my parents and I were the ones taking shifts at hospice. I sat there with Stacy and I talked to her and I sang to her and I kissed her forehead, and I wanted her to be okay. And
Oh, her own family wasn't there, but I was the only family that was there. Her mom and dad were all a little. Look at me. I did all the good things. It was just me all by myself. I had young kids. I don't know nothing about life. I'm confused. Why'd they all leave me? Where's Alex?
to have the family just stay in Hawaii and not come home, I just didn't understand that. And at the funeral, I remember Barry getting up there and pontificating and talking about, you know, all of these spiritual things.
Did y'all hear that fancy word she just used?
And saying how when they finally decided to come home, they got on the plane. He said he was on the plane on the way from Hawaii to Los Angeles. And he said, you know the story in the Bible where the sick woman decides to touch the hem of Jesus's garment because she believes she's going to be healed if she just touches the hem of his garment, and he feels virtue leave him. Barry said, I was on the plane and I felt virtue leave me at the moment that Stacy died.
Okay.
What?
And I thought to myself, how dare you?
God.
How dare you make the comparison of yourself to the Savior when your daughter is dying in hospice care in San Antonio, and you had days and days and days to come and be with her, and you chose not to. You chose to let other family members take care of that for you, and then you use that story as a way to elevate yourself. I just thought it was disgusting and horrible. Even then, now looking back on it, I see so much even more dysfunction in it than I did now, and it's just disturbing and horrible. I didn't know then the things that I know now, and I couldn't call out the dysfunction. I didn't feel like I had a right to speak up. I didn't feel like I was strong enough to say those.
Stuart Smiley, I'm good enough by God, and I'm strong enough. Okay.
I was like 24 years old at the time, you know, like I didn't know anything at the time.
Oh, honey, I knew a lot at 24. I didn't know it all. God, I had a lot to learn still, but I knew a lot at 24 years old. Right in the middle of 3 babies. Yeah. Listening to the news and hearing about some lady's kids disappeared and she traipsed off to Hawaii.
I think it was around 2016. My dad sat me down and wanted to have a conversation with me about the kind of dad he was and the kind of family dynamics that existed. And my reaction was like, no, I'm good. Like, we're good. We have a good relationship. Let's just leave the past in the past. I don't want to dig into it. But I ended up not really kind of having a choice about it. And that conversation...
That was in the past, Rach. That was in the past.
kind of sent me into a tailspin because I had to finally confront the reality that my upbringing was super dysfunctional and my family system was super dysfunctional. And it was the beginning of me getting therapeutic help and going to therapy and digging into all of the horrible things that I went through. So if I hadn't had that conversation with my dad, I don't know if I ever would have gotten to the point where I could have healed. But when you start to understand and recognize harmful behaviors, for me at least, I became intolerant of it. And so coming to the realization that my upbringing was emotionally abusive and sometimes physically abusive, and that the family system was dysfunctional, I started to become really intolerant of any abusive or dysfunctional behaviors. And I started to...
Oh, she's intolerant of all of us and our dysfunctional behaviors now because she doesn't like us. She doesn't like people talk. We're horrible people because we talk about people.
Remove.
Oh, not all of us talked about her eyebrows because we found better things to say about her than her stupid eyebrow situation.
Everything from my life that felt abusive or oppressive. So I distanced myself from the majority of my family. And that's why I started to recognize that all of these things were harmful. But it wasn't until, I said on my channel the other day, like, this whole thing started as a rumor to me. I was supposed to stay with Summer and her family in July of 2019 when I was going up to Rexburg to visit my daughter who lived in Rexburg. And
going to visit her daughter up in Rexburg. I don't normally get in people's personal business, but she didn't live with her. 24, she couldn't. I'm confused.
We had a plan, and then I stopped hearing back from Summer, and she was kind of ignoring my texts and whatever. And I was like, okay, well, I guess whatever. I went up to Rexburg, spent time with my daughter, and then found out a week later, one of my family members contacted. Well, actually, I saw it on a Facebook post. One of my family members posted that Charles had been killed. And I reached out and I was like, I'm so sorry. What the heck happened? And this family member started telling me everything that went on. And from then, it was like the end of July until January of 2020 when Lori finally got arrested. It was all this speculation, and none of the family was really telling the whole story. Nobody really had the whole story. I was hearing about things in the news. I heard about Alex's death in the news. I heard about the kids being missing in the news. Like, nobody was talking about things.
Well, you come from a dysfunctional family, you said. And Lori's brain, she was telling everybody her kids weren't missing. What is she doing?
And when I reposted about please help us find these missing children, Summer blocked me.
What?
What? Web sleuth. She's like, what? I'm about to jump out of my screen and off this ugly, weird couch into my old new blue crushed velvet couch. Y'all can watch me sleep on the end of the world party. Huh. What?
Well, wait. She blocked you because you said, please help find your niece and your second cousin, basically. She blocked you?
Yeah, I had seen.
I wonder why that would happen. If my cousin reposted my help me find my family members, block, like, that's weird. That really is a dysfunctional family. I don't know, Elizabeth, for sure what the backstory is on that, but sounds like it if she went to go visit her daughter, right?
Seen the post from the National Center for Missing Exploited Children that the kids were missing and nobody knew where they were. I had heard from my family members, nobody knew where they were. So I posted it on my Facebook, like, please help us find these kids. I posted it on my Instagram, please help us find these kids. And the next thing that I tried to do was start reaching out to family members, like, what do you know? What have you seen? What have you heard? And when I tried to send a message to Summer, I couldn't because
she had blocked you.
She had blocked me. I reached out to her later, I think it was on Facebook, and I said, I don't understand why I got blocked. And she was like, I never blocked anybody. And I was like, okay, well, I have the receipts.
Yeah.
Like, I tried to message you. You didn't answer.
She got receipts. Megan's like, I got the receipts. Biash, you blocked me. I got receipts.
I tried to call her. I tried to call her husband. I left a message for her husband at his place of business, and she was the one who messaged me back, and she said, I heard you left a message for my husband. What did you want to talk about?
Oh my God.
So I just don't like,
Higgins, you went to a couple of those end of the world parties? Oh my goodness. Chad and his damn portal. Portals are closed. They're sealed. I took care of all that. The world is welcome. No more portals for Lori and Chad.
Like I said, I reached out to her.
They can't portal to the jail, but I'm concerned now. Lori might make some shit happen through the vent people. And I'm hoping they don't do a Lori Koberger baby through the vents. I've seen it happen. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all seen that story, the vent baby through the vent. Oh, Lord.
After
Passing that shit through the vents. Ew.
she testified in Lori's trial, I told her I thought she was incredibly brave,
Mm-hmm.
and that I loved her, and I've never heard anything back. I think, unfortunately, there are some people in my family system who hate the fact that I am a truth teller.
Right.
There are some people.
Oh, some people in her family hate the fact that she's a truth teller. I don't know about, look, I never put a lot of stock into Summer or any of I didn't pay attention to what all of them had to say, because none of them, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, unalived, murdered those children with the help of Alex Cox. That's what concerns me. All this he said, she said, you block, bleep, blah, block me, block you, we're all liars. I don't know which one of y'all to believe. You're all related to Lori Vallow. I can't call one a liar and not the other. I don't know y'all like that. But I know this one's been in my face for a long time telling me I'm a bad person.
People in my family who are afraid that I'm going to tell the truth about them. And so they try to discredit me, and they try to make me out to be somebody who is crazy or somebody who is lying or whatever. And I think Summer believes some of those lies. And I can't necessarily fault her for that either, because, you know, who knows what the real story is. But I think if she wanted to know the truth, she could reach out to me and we could have a conversation. I would love to have a conversation with her. But I think it's easier to believe the lies. It's easier to believe that I'm a crazy person, especially if I'm saying negative things about family members. But again, my entire point is to give criticism without judgment. I don't judge Summer. I don't even judge. I don't judge Adam. I don't judge anybody for the way that they react in this whole horrible story, because it is horrific. Who of us can say that we would do things differently? None of us know how we would actually respond.
But you can go and tell Kresha and Kay to get off the internet and not talk. I mean, this girl's rich, man. Wow.
If our siblings become serial killers.
You have been through a lot of trauma in your life. You are Lori Cox's cousin. You know the family very well, knew them when you were a teenager. You have been through a lot of trauma in your life, and you are taking your pain and you're trying to help others. What is it that you do now?
Well, I'm basically a full-time podcaster and coach now. I've been coaching for about 2 years, but I was doing it just kind of part-time on the side. And I'm so happy that I'm able to have more time to do it now, because what I love more than anything else is connecting with individual people, listening to their stories.
So didn't she make a video recently, a while back, a little bit ago, I'm not even sure, something about people have said negative things about me and it's affecting my bottom line. I can't pay my bills anymore. There was a time I was making enough money to pay all my bills. Now I don't have it like that no more. I got to go get a real job. Just saw that video recently upon my investigation.
Out where they're stuck in life and plugging them into resources that can help them just be the best version of themselves. So I work with people that are doing everything from writing books to dealing with difficult family relationships to trying to tidy their homes. And I'm just really enjoying that more than anything else.
She's going to help y'all out there, those of you who need to get your home tidied. You slouchy, lazy people. Call Megan. She's going to come tidy up your home. Along with life coaching you. Hey, you could 2 for 1. I'll come tidy up your home and life coach you at the same time. You just sit back and relax. Oh, man. Pay me at the end of the day. Oh.
Coaching resources are on my website, and I always do a free little 15 to 20 minute call with somebody before I charge any money. I really enjoyed helping people just figure out what their next step is. And, you know, especially people who are exiting high demand religion or recovering from trauma. Those are the people that I resonate with the most.
And I have to say, I've been very traumatized. I haven't admitted this I had a spider the size of the hood of my car try and kill me. Now,
Oh my God. Trisha needs to weigh in about her wounding. What wounded Trisha? A fucking giant spider. Well, that compares to tragedy of losing a loved one to murder, doesn't it?
people say I'm exaggerating, but I'm not. Can I ask how you started doing?
She literally, talk about my trauma. I had a giant spider try to kill me. The fuck?
This? What got you into this point?
Well, as I was going through my healing from trauma.
Andy, she put some old ones back up, and the ones about JJ and Tylee are the ones she chose to put back up? Okay. Trisha, we see you. My notifications are on. For a reason now. They were turned off because, ooh, why would I? I fucking already know not to go down that hole. I don't want to venture off into the slum, but you're going to make me, aren't you?
I decided that I wanted to write a book about my healing experience because so many of the women that were in my therapy groups, I saw them sort of circling around the same issues and never really breaking out and healing and moving past it. And I know that the statistics are so not in favor of women who survive abusive situations for moving on and having healthy lives and happy lives afterwards. A lot of us end up drug addicted. A lot of us end up continuing to be in abusive relationships. And so I wanted to get my story out there so that other people who are trying to heal from trauma would know that it's possible to heal and move forward and have a healthy life. And as I was going through the process of getting my book published, a couple of people suggested to me that I should coach people who are going through trauma and help plug them into resources and therapy. So I started doing that a couple of years ago, and it's one of the most fulfilling things that I've ever engaged in, just being able to talk to people one-on-one about their stories. Because, you can write a book and put it out there. You never really know who it resonates with or if it helps people or not. But when you're talking with somebody one-on-one, you can get a little more specific about what they need and help them. And so it's just something that I've been passionate about and I've enjoyed. So this is much more personal to me than the other cases were.
That whole life coach thing's always weirded me out. People who think they need a life coach, but a therapist maybe, but a life coach? For real. Parenting is important, and knowing how to do it is important. It's called life coaching your children. So when they become adults, they got the tools to function in society as a normal human being. Don't go fucking up your children.
And how come? No, you are Lori Cox Vallows, Daybell, whatever the hell her name is now. You're her cousin, her first cousin. You spent
Yes.
summers with the family. You know the family very well. Why is this particular? And this is for the murder of her husband, Charles Vallow. Her brother killed him. He's dead. Now she's going on trial. Why is this one more personal to you?
This was the first of the homicides that we knew of publicly that we could reasonably tie to Lori and Alex. And the fact that Alex was allowed to go free after this perpetuated this string of dominoes that ultimately ended in the murder of children. And to me, what is going to come out in this court case is going to be what family members were involved, what role did they play, and was there some culpability on their part? Did they aid in allowing Alex to get let free? These are people that I spent time with. These are people.
What other family members besides Lori and Alex? I feel like she was like, was she in like a poor Alex situation? Alex always let me hang out with him. And when Lori shunned me, Alex still let me hang out. Everybody's just following poor Lori around like a lost dog.
that they were my close family members until I started to distance myself from that part of the family. I spent a lot of time with them. I trusted them. And I've had so many experiences with that part of the family that now I've had to go back and question, my role in those experiences and the way that they treated me. And was I gaslighted? Was I lied to?
Oh God.
These are the things that keep me up at night, that I want to know. I want to understand, because I think I've said this before. I've learned more truth about my family.
Why am I so stupid? Why do I allow this to happen? Why are they all tricking me? Lord.
Members from reading FOIA documents than I did from the actual people who are involved in these things. And this for me is a matter of personal finding out the truth about people's roles and involvement. When I know the official family story, I want to know the facts now. It's all about healing and moving on. And I do talk, somewhat about the case on my channel, but only in the context of the fact that when we're faced with horrible circumstances that we have no choice but to participate in, we can make a choice to find healing and moving on and
make a choice. I don't talk about the case much on my channel, but we do talk about it because it's about healing, and I need people to not judge me because I'm Lori's cousin. Oh, melatonin Megan, right? Shabugs. Girl, okay, I got to get up with you later.
In the face of those circumstances, we can learn to recognize unhealthy relationships, unhealthy patterns and behaviors, and we can learn to change them and move on and have healthier dynamics in our lives.
And you have been able to kind of figure this out along the way because of what happened to you, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I was a victim of sex trafficking as a child, very, very young, from the ages of 7 to 11. And the dynamics that existed in Lori's family of origin were not that much different from my family.
From 7 to 11, and I hate that happened to her, but at age 14, she hears sounds coming from the bedroom and was confused and didn't know what was going on. Probably would have frightened me if I was a victim from 7 to 8 or whatever it was to 11 of trafficking, and I heard some bizarre Sunday afternoon escapades coming from the bedroom. I might get a little uncomfortable and run out of the house, like, what the hell's going on in your weird house? I'm calling my mommy to come get me. Fuck this.
Origin as well. And so I had to come through a lot of abuse and a lot of dysfunction to get to a place where ultimately I have a healthy and a happy life. And the reason that I started talking about these things is because I saw so many people suffering in the same ways that I did without ways to move on and heal. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to share my journey of healing to let people know that it's possible to do the work to survive and to thrive after trauma. Well, I knew the old Lori. Mm-hmm. Before she became hyper religious.
It is important to share experiences and help others who may be suffering, if you do it the right way, and if you do it with the right intention, and you don't come out here and make that what your whole channel is about, and I'm the only one that can help you because I've been wounded. A lot of things happen to a lot of folks in life, but I don't count every single one of them as just all out wounds, right? A lot of healing has had to take place. So helping people understand that they're not alone, but when you're doing it under the guise of I'm perfect now, I've done all the work, let me show you how. This is so sickening.
I, as a defense mechanism, learned as a young person how to identify speech patterns and to know when people were being real and not. And
that's the thing, Andy, is very different, right? Andy has a good point there. Need to know more about this, how she was trafficked. According to what I've heard her say, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, there's videos out there, I'm sure it's all out there, but she has said I think the story is a daycare where she was at. There were assaults going on against the children, videotaping of the children, essaying of children. That's what she's talking about, and she's in her trafficking story. I don't know.
I learned to identify in Lori too, the things that she does to obfuscate when she is not telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And what is interesting to me is to listen to this and to be able to tell when she is not telling the truth, some of the things that she does. And I don't know if other people can pick up on it, but
Like what? Can you give us an example?
She will lower her voice and talk faster and be dismissive about things when she's not telling the truth because she doesn't have all the details. For example, she'll say, let's say she wants to lie about what was in the refrigerator.
Oh,
she'll say, I went to the refrigerator, I opened it up, and then I went and I found like there were some things and whatever. That Lori has this way of making people afraid and telling you who's to blame for something and getting you on her side.
Mm-hmm.
And that was one of the reasons I distanced myself from her during the whole Joe Ryan thing, because she came out with all these wild allegations and I didn't know what to believe.
Right.
And I didn't know what was true, and I didn't have any proof on either side.
Mm-hmm.
And because I was dealing with my own family issues at the time, I just chose to distance myself and not engage.
Oh, God.
But because she has this way of saying,
so she chose not to engage when Lori was making accusations against Tylee's dad. But after the children are murdered, she's like, oh, I want to be engaged now.
This person did this thing to me. Don't talk to this person.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever somebody says to me, don't talk to this person, the first thing I want to do is go talk to that person.
Exactly.
Because I want to know why. Why are you telling me don't talk to them? I want to hear their side of the story. I want to hear your side and I want to hear their side. And then I want to come to my own conclusion about what I believe is real and is true and is plausible and is credible based on the facts and the evidence. I don't want to just believe when somebody says to me,
oh, I feel you, girlfriend. That DM and this whole thing that not all of us believe what we get told. Not all of us are like, oh yeah, give me the breadcrumb, I'm going to run now. And sometimes people have nefarious reasons for trying to get you to do certain things, and they fuck around and find out.
This person hurt me, don't talk to that person.
Right.
It throughout all of the times that people have harmed me, I'm like, fine, go talk to the person, see what they say.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when I wrote my book, one of the things I wrote in the foreword was, those people with the loudest voices against me are the ones who have something to hide, and those with nothing to hide will have nothing to say.
I've got nothing to hide from you, Megan, and I'm going to say it loud. You're ridiculous. You're ridiculous, right? And of course we look at things. We don't want to get something thrown at us and go, oh boy, let me just run with that. Lord, this girl's weird. That was Olap's video there with the Megan. Oh my God. Wait, what did Andy say? I'm not suggesting she is making up horrible experience. What I would suggest is that she's assigning a flashy name to something that is horrific. Yeah, she's done it, and she has put all that out there. Well, the information she's chose to share, she's put it all out there, and that's how I've heard what allegedly had happened to her, the babysitters, and she was not the only child involved. I don't know if there's actual news stories out there, because you would think a situation like that with some babysitters or a daycare household out of somebody's house, some children were essayed, videotaped, you'd think there'd be news stories out there about that, right? I haven't seen any. I don't know, but I didn't go deep. I don't, like whatever. 10-minute search, I don't see nothing. I got something breaking news somewhere else, right? So I probably went on to something else. Just her whole demeanor, is off-putting. And what really got me the most was her telling Kresha and Kay not to come out here on the YouTube and to hold a live stream and speak about their trauma. From Lauren, Lauren can go all over the internet and speak about her trauma because some girl made some TikToks about her and exposed her. That's so traumatizing to Lauren. We can talk about that all day long and twice on Sunday. Megan can run live about it. Web Sleuths can run live about it. Lauren do her own 9-hour. We can all talk about Lauren's trauma. But the second Kay and Kresha say we have trauma as well, y'all need to sit down. You don't matter. And I don't know if the people who watch Lauren and Megan will ever really see that for what that was, right? They're not watching me because they're afraid I may speak bad about the people they like. So they're not going to watch it. All the channels that are out there are shining the light and doing all the things and even making fun of and having fun with it. The people who need to be seeing all of this, they're not watching it. Their minds are made up, right? Oh, they're a good person. This is a good channel. Y'all are the unsettled people, you tinfoil hat wearing freaks. You're not kind and empathetic like we are over here at the Web Sleuths chatting HTC hidden gems and I don't know what Megan calls people. But Megan did do a video about people speaking badly about her since all this HTC stuff and how it has affected her bottom line in her business. And she had to go get a real job because she couldn't pay the bills anymore. Before she stood up for HTC, she was making bank apparently and doing quite well and supporting herself and her children or whatever she's doing over there in her house with the dog cage in the background. At least you can't see mine. We rarely use that damn thing. Wow. What is it? Who refused to listen to the facts? No, she didn't want to hear from Christina and her side of things. No. Lauren was telling the truth about everything. I believe Lauren. She uses big words like me. She's got a husband who's a doctor and all that. She would never, ever, ever act like y'all are saying. I don't believe those messages that y'all are saying that are out there or ever come to light for me to have to say, oh. Dreadful Penny video. Oh, wait, there was something that... Hang on a minute. There's something that did get sent to me I want to take a quick look at for a second. Let me find it. Oh, it's up here. No. It's over here. Okay, here we go. I think it's in this one. Hang on, what did I just do? Hold on. Where's my screen at? What did I do? I can't get back to my stream. There we go. Hang on, Butterfly, you sent me something, but it's not working. All right, 1 second, guys. Let me check something. Okay, I have it now. Let me get this pulled up. Going back to Kash Patel's interview, we're probably not going to get into it today because there's something that was said in there, and I went and got this document that I wanted to go over. The Southern Poverty Law Center. What are you guys doing over there, and why are you in trouble? And the dates going back to when you started getting into trouble, and the fact that there's a couple of people and groups that were on the Poverty Law Center's website. Now I got questions. Oh boy. All right, let me pull this one thing up though. Let's get to this. So I'm gonna have to keep an eye on this Trisha situation and her weird end of life party thingy she's gonna do. As soon as I go to X, I see somebody's tweet. Shabugs. Oh my goodness. It was yours. First thing I see. Okay. So we're going to get tomorrow, I'll bring up this Southern Poverty Law Center. It's USA versus the Southern Poverty Law Center, and there's some heavy accusations there. And it was something Kash brought up during that interview. And I've got the timestamp saved on that so we can review it when we go to review this document tomorrow. Andy, thank you for those gifted memberships. Forrest and Butterfly, thank you for the buy me coffee. All right, let's see. This was sent to me a few minutes ago, and this is a case we've been following. We will continue to follow. Trisha, we might get back to you later. We don't know. We might have some more videos. There's some people out there making a lot of content about you, and a lot of it's quite funny, but some of it's quite off-putting at the same time. I don't want to lose sight of what really is the important there, right? We can't ever do that. All right. This is an update on the Nick Reiner situation. I don't know how much of an update it is. Now, Alan Jackson, I think, is finally going to get to do the deposition of Canton Cop Gone Bad at the end of the month. They've rescheduled because, you know, he didn't want to come to his little deposition. I got to go hide out and all. Now Alan's back over here talking to us about the Nick Reiner situation. We all know he was his attorney for a minute, and then he came out and said, "Oh no, peace out." Yee. Not so fast. We got a verdict. What's the verdict? That was quick. Should we turn on JLR and see? No. Hang on, we'll go look at it. Behind the scenes, money battle led to me dropping out. Surprise, surprise. Didn't we say that here? Did we not know that? Did we not know that already? For all the naysayers that said, oh, that couldn't have been what it was, is exactly what it was. Duh. It's Alan Jackson. Gotta have those big bucks to get that big defense team behind you, or else the United States of America could screw you. Nick Reiner's former lawyer, Alan Jackson, is ready to take on the alleged murderer's case, but he says drama over how he and his firm would get paid led him to dropping the case several months ago. Alan filed a declaration that was submitted with Reiner's motion seeking release of his trust funds. In it, he describes what he says went down behind the scenes that led to his law firm withdrawing from Nick's criminal case. They filed a motion suit trying to get Nick's trust fund released. TMZ previously reported Allen was hired December 2025 to defend Nick in court after he was charged with murder of his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner. Allen and his firm withdrew from the case weeks later, and a public defender was then assigned to Nick's case. In his newly filed declaration, Allen says Nick told him he wants his firm back representing him. In his newly filed declaration, Allen says Nick told him he wants his firm back representing him. Allen said he is willing and ready to defend Nick if funding becomes available. That's a hard pill to swallow, America, isn't it? I'll be glad to defend you if funding becomes available. When are we going to demand that change and stop giving them what they want? They're out there every day, all day on YouTube telling us how this is so costly, guys. Don't say a word. Lawyer up. It's going to cost you a fucking fortune. Okay, anyway. I'll always be on that two-faced bullshit for the rest of my life. All right. Allen said he was contacted by a family rep in the early morning hours after Nick's arrest for Rob and Michelle's death and told there was an urgent need for a criminal defense. We'd heard that before, that he got that phone call early in the morning. He said it himself, dropped everything for it, including Karen Reed. I just don't buy that one. He says the matter was presented as an emergency requiring immediate attention, adding, although we were away from California and no funds had been paid yet, I immediately began evaluating and responding to the situation. He says he participated in conferences with the family rep concerning the potential representation and the urgent circumstances that presented. Allen said Nick's siblings, Jake and Romy Reiner, participated in the communications and agreed verbally to act as a third-party payers for Nick's defense. He added that the family rep and family members assured me that the retainer agreement would be promptly returned and that the agreed-upon funds would be promptly paid. Allen said his firm then spent money and time getting to work on Nick's case. As TMZ first reported, Nick filed a petition in court this week claiming the trustee of the trust created by his parents was refusing to pay out money he's entitled to and needs to pay for Allen. Oh, Allen's declaration fully supports that version of events. Can we get the declaration? I got some research to do now. I need that declaration. Is it a matter of public record? They put a gag order on this shit. Okay. Hang on, I'm making a note. We want transparency. We're sick and tired of your pick and choose when we get these damn gag orders. Oh, no. What the hell? Get off my screen. What do you mean? So Nick wants right. I wonder, Nick's like, wait, this public defender, she's not that good. She's not listening to me. I want Allen back. He at least heard me. Allen says, I had not received assurances that funding would be provided. I would not have diverted these firm resources. He wouldn't have diverted firm resources if he knew Glenn couldn't get paid. Interrupted existing professional commitments. That one big client I got, we're still going at it hard. Or directed my firm to undertake the extensive work described above on the same basis. I mean, if you want a good lawyer, you do got to pay for his ass, and this is a good one. He said he was then told in late December that none of the participated third-party funding would be provided. I wonder what changed with his brother and sister, right? Where they're like, okay, we'll help you with your defense. And they're like, no, we're not. Why would it? Especially, do they not feel like Nick deserves to blame the healthcare system for his inadequate, failure to getting better? There are documents in the filing that indicate the trustee did pay Allen for work done on the case. After he withdrew, it appears Allen submitted an invoice for a larger amount. But the trustee responded they believed they had already paid him what he was owed. Oh. Allen said there was still some unpaid amounts on the bill. We always hear follow the money, don't we? Remember that, y'all? That follow the money? However, Allen also said he told Nick's trustees he's ready to take on Nick's case again and is willing to consider alternatives to the original fee structure to do so. What kind of alternatives, Mr. Jackson? Well, that's super interesting because we haven't heard anything in a hot minute over there. Huh. What do y'all think? Oh, hey, Cresha, welcome. She says, I appreciate all your love and well wishes, guys. You are all amazing in my eyes. You're amazing in our eyes. You rock. You stand up and you speak your truth, right? And people need to be listening out there. They need to be listening to more victims' families and just listening to the difficult road y'all have to walk and the things you have to navigate. You're having to navigate things you never thought you would have to, things we will never have to navigate, hopefully, right? So people can take a seat. They can take all the seats, like my friend Andy says. Every damn one of yous. He probably didn't get his senses about him. The California Slayer Law. There's a California Slayer law that says even awaiting trial, he can't. I heard about that law, Shabugs. Hang on. Let's see. It's been a minute since we heard something about that. I feel like we went over some stuff about that a little bit. Oh, I have looked it up. It's right here. Legal context, California Slayer statute, and this is this come down 39 minutes ago from somebody's post. Nick faces 2 counts of first-degree murder for the December 25 deaths of his parents. Under California law, if convicted, he would be barred from inheriting any part of the estate. So that's if convicted, right? Let's see. We'll look at that, Carmela. I see the verdict here in just a second. California's Slayer statute prohibits individuals from financially benefiting from a person they feloniously and intentionally killed, a legal rule directly impacting Nick Reiner following his arrest for the murders of his parents, Rob and Michelle. This is under California Probate Code, Section 250. An individual who intentionally kills someone is blocked from inheriting any property, trust funds, or life insurance proceeds from the victim, legally treating the killer as if they died before the victim. Reiner filed a court petition seeking access to roughly $500,000 of a trust fund established by his parents. Half of a $1.5 million to $1.7 million trust. He claims the terms mandated a mandatory non-discretionary payout when he turned 30, which has been withheld. Reiner wants the trust funds to rehire prominent defense attorney Alan Jackson, who previously withdrew from the case due to a lack of payment. Trustee opposition. Outgoing trustee Paul Cannon has refused to release the money. The refusal is based on concerns regarding Reiner's competence and the likelihood that distributing the funds would violate the Slayer statute. Reiner has a documented diagnosis of schizophrenia. if his legal team successfully argues an insanity defense that negates his ability to form intentional intent, the Slayer statute might technically not apply, potentially preserving his eligibility to inherit. Whoa. The letter of the law, man. Those words matter. That word salad, turns out, it's a big deal. If the statute is enforced and Reiner is disqualified, his estimated share of his parents' multi-million-dollar estate will be redistributed to his surviving siblings. Wow. I don't know. There's a lot to unpack with that one as far as that law goes and how it Alan must feel like it doesn't apply. There's still a way for him to get that money, right? Still a way for him to get some of those funds to help pay for this extraordinary defense, which I already know what the defense is going to be. It's not hard to figure out where Alan was going with all that. Now, of course, I don't know everything, but it's not hard to figure out where he was going with that. Okay, I'm looking up this verdict now. And this is one that just hold on one second. Hey, was this thing even on TV? Was this trial televised, or was it just news clips, right? Let me look here. Court TV had a thing 21 hours ago. So we do live right here. What is this? Okay, so these are the two boys that got into the altercation at the, what was it, on the school property or something? And this just reminds me of the one of our local cases that still so much said. One of our boys got severely injured on school property, and nobody seems to know what happened. In the town and the onlookers are like, oh, it was an accident. Well, that's not so fast. There's a lot going on with that around here locally, a whole hell of a lot. I feel like this is kind of the same thing. But I don't know. I didn't watch all of it. I just know these boys got into a scuffle. Let me see. I'm trying to find. Not streamed, no cameras. Okay, so I'm not seeing, there's this one place that was live, and it looks like they have a press conference they were attending outside. I don't like seeing an update on like the verdict. So what was the verdict? I'm gonna try to find an updated story here. Okay. You know, now I don't even see the live feed that I saw a second ago. The weapon he brought on school grounds. Which one are you talking about, Rachel? I don't know all the what weapon, the knife, the pocket knife, how big was this knife? I don't know all the deets yet, right? A lot of boys in my area are going to have a knife. I got a pocket knife in my purse. I don't know what do we mean when we say he brought a weapon, right? That's what I don't know all the details. What had happened? So I'm looking for that live stream I just had pulled up. It wasn't, or it was live outside the courthouse. I'm just going to pull up this court TV feed.
How can I do that when y'all are complicit? How can I support my family members when y'all are complicit in a system like this? I've had conversations with you. I still respect.
Okay, let's see. The jury was instructed that they could find him. Let me turn this on in the back.
Fuck, I'm out here. Why we giving a time for they been around? What do you mean it's they doing all the yelling they want to.
So the jury was instructed that they could find him guilty of murder, guilty of a lesser charge, guilty of the lesser charge of manslaughter, or not guilty by self-defense. The argument broke out under a team tent belonging to Frisco Memorial High School after Metcalf and other students ordered Anthony to leave. Prosecutors alleged that Anthony threatened Metcalf, saying, "Touch me and see what happens," before plunging a pocket knife into his chest. Anthony fled the scene, turned himself in shortly after. Collin County District Bill Werski, is that his name? State called 21 witnesses to paint Anthony as the aggressor. They argued Anthony launched a premeditated, unjustified sneak attack on an unarmed victim and intentionally provoked the physical confrontation. Oh, man.
I just want to make sure you don't think he can fucking walk no I said if none of y'all want to walk down and then you fight for you did that. I'll fight him. What is that? I'm a monster. I'm working in front of
So they have a verdict, but it hasn't been read yet. Guys, is that what I'm here? Am I reading this correctly? The 12-person Collin County jury has officially reached a verdict in the murder trial. Roughly 3 hours after deliberation. Holy shit. The decision is scheduled to be read in the McKinney, Texas courtroom because court proceedings are unfolding in real time. Major news outlets like News Nation and Fox 4 Dallas are currently providing live coverage.
All of you that are complicit in a system, you too. I see you. Yes, you. All of you are complicit in a fucked up system. And it's still peace, love, unity, and respect. Peace, love, unity, and respect. Peace, love, unity, and respect. Peace, love, unity, and respect.
Welcome back to Court TV Live and our continuing coverage of the verdict in the case against Carmelo Anthony. A jury of 12 has come to a unanimous decision. In under 3 hours, this jury is made up of all non-African Americans, which was a point of contention after jury selection.
Whoa, really? And both defense agreed to that too?
Election by the defense outside of the courthouse in Collin County, located in McKinney, Texas. This is a live picture of the scene outside. You see heavy security, and many people have come out. And this has been the case throughout the trial, that people...
I'm going to pull up this Fox feed, guys. Hold on. Although there's somebody spamming the shit out of that chat with some bizarre things. I'm not going to be looking at that. Okay, hold on. Okay, let me pull this up and then we can watch what's going on outside of their courtroom there. And then I can get my chat back up so I can see what you guys are saying. See, somebody's like going off with that weird shit.
And a handful of witnesses on the other side.
So an all-white jury, and the boys are, one's black and one's white, and they, Lordy.
That is probably why you see a higher number on the prosecutor's side.
Well, sometimes less is better.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we believe the jurors are back in the courtroom according to the families are in the courtroom. Okay. The judge is not yet on the bench. The families are now back in the courtroom. And, you know, time is very flexible. There's something in Texas called legal time, lawyer time. And whatever it is, it's not what's on the clock on the wall. So this is a big moment, right? And this is going to be a moment for these jurors. They've been brought into this. It's a supercharged case. Maybe they hadn't reached conclusions, and we hope that they were honest in voir dire, that they had not come to any conclusions about this case.
We hope they were honest during voir dire. Lord God, these damn jurors. Man.
Certainly they heard about it to some extent. You can hear about a case and not make conclusions about it and still be a great juror, and we pray that's so, but they've been in this crucible. They know what's happening outside. Mm-hmm. They know the pressure on this. And so we'll soon hear the verdict in this case. We'll soon hear the verdict.
Yes, we should. As we've talked about this, I mean, this has gotten national attention, which is why so many people have come out to protest, on whichever side that they're on, to whether it's to defend Austin Metcalf or Carmelo Anthony. And so it looks like things have certainly calmed down. That was not the case when we got on about 20 minutes ago or so. So I guess that's good news there that things are starting to calm down. But we're going to see, how all of this plays out. And we'll go from there. I mean, this was a 12-person jury. 600 people were part of that initial jury selection. They narrowed it down to 12 people. And over the course of 2.5 days, the prosecution called 21 witnesses. The defense called a handful of witnesses. And so now it is this case is really in the hands of this jury. It is up to them. They have made their decision. And so we are patiently awaiting to find out what that decision is.
Yeah,
what have they
fact,
decided?
It's done now. They've made their decision. They've come to a verdict. And we'll soon hear that. And then the punishment phase, sentencing phase will begin. And Austin Metcalf's brother is in the courtroom next to his mom right now. And so this has been an emotional burden for all involved. All these kids are good kids. They all had good grades. They all had bright futures. And in a moment, whatever happened under that tent has derailed a number of lives here.
I think it was also during the trial, people have talked about how emotional it was. I think you mentioned this too, Sean, that having to see the surveillance footage, having to see just what unfolded in the moments after this altercation, this interaction between these two 17-year-old students. And so, yeah, this is probably, I would imagine, emotionally taxing for both sides, for both families, and to just consider that a lot of these friends who were part of the track team, who went to school with both students, it's got to be very emotional for them as well to be a part of this and to witness all of this play out. So we will see, what the jury has decided momentarily. Again, we were expecting for that decision to be announced at 2:05. It is 2:20 right now, so they're a little bit late, right? We're a little bit 15 minutes behind schedule, but I think that sometimes happens in these kinds of cases.
Right, and so we're really not late. If we thought it would come at 2:05, it could come at any time now. We know it's coming. We do know it's coming. Families have returned to the courtroom. I can tell you there are sweaty palms. There are sweaty foreheads, hearts are racing. Everyone in that courtroom, on either side, everyone in that courtroom has the same kind of anxiety at this moment as they wait for words that will echo in their hearts and minds long beyond today.
And there was question about, okay, well, how long is this jury going to deliberate for? That was the question this morning. We were wondering, right? Because this was kind of their first time really talking to each other about what the evidence that was presented to them, right? So this is their first time, saying, well, I thought this, or I thought that, or what did you make of this? And so really for them to come to a conclusion, to come to a decision within 3 hours of deliberating, I thought, okay, that's fairly soon. Maybe we'll expect it later this evening or tomorrow, but it sounds like they have come to a consensus.
Sure, and really there's no formula for how juries work. Over my years, I've had an opportunity to interview a number of jurors. Oftentimes, they'll return to the jury room and immediately take a vote to find out where they are in the room. And then they start working through evidence or questions or talking out loud amongst themselves from there to see which way they move, if they move at all. So we don't know where they started, but we do know starting the deliberations at 10:52 and then getting word when we did a little after 1, I guess, that they'd reached a verdict. They weren't too far apart, whichever direction they're in. And they weren't too far apart. It didn't take that much longer to get there. So we'll see if any of the jurors talk after all of this is over as well. It is 2:22 now, and
so the prosecution's case against Carmelo Anthony built a narrative of unprovoked, unjustified murder disguised as a self-defense situation. And they had 21 witnesses, and it was 3 days for the trial. Okay. And then just a couple hours for a verdict once the jury got it. The prosecution has argued that Anthony actively sought out a fight and legally forfeited his right to claim self-defense by provoking the victim. I didn't get to watch the trial, so I don't know. According to student witnesses, when athletes from Frisco Memorial High School asked Anthony to leave their tent, he refused and hurled insults, calling them he called them a bunch of bad words and were not going to do nothing, and that told them they weren't going to do anything about it. Oh, goodness. Multiple teenagers testified that Anthony explicitly dared Austin Metcalf, saying, "Touch me and see what happens." Did he not belong in their tent? Is he from an opposing team, school? What's happening there? The state characterized the stabbing as a sneak attack rather than a split-second panic reaction. Witness testimonies revealed that while sitting down, Anthony kept his hand hidden inside his backpack. Prosecutors argued he unzipped the backpack, opened the pocket knife, and held it ready to go before the physical contact was made. Because Metcalf was completely unarmed and unaware of the weapon, he sustained 0 defensive wounds. The state argued he never saw the blade coming. During the closing arguments, the attorney says, you don't get to meet a shove with a stab, especially if you are provoked. especially if you provoked the shove. Oh, it's a shame people think they got to have a weapon to defend themselves these days. They can't just, if you feel necessary to throw hands, throw hands. Otherwise, use your mouth and your words, right? Go just turn around and walk away from one another. Lord. I have talks with my kid. I got a boy. I'm raising a boy. Boys are aggressive. Things happen out there. Don't talk about their mamas and stuff, right? You don't ever know what's going to trigger your boy. Talk to them. There's consequences for actions. And sometimes it ain't even all that important. It's not worth it. Turn around and walk the hell away.
Let's go in on what the two narrow really questions are. Narrow questions.
Yeah, I think one of them would have been, did they believe this was murder or manslaughter? And then if they did believe that it was either one of those crimes, did they believe that it was justified? And that, viewed from the standpoint of Carmelo Anthony. And, they had throughout the trial extensive testimony regarding really an incident that took place, very quickly in a matter of seconds. And so when they're sitting there as jurors, even though they're not deliberating, they themselves are forming at least individual opinions regarding the evidence.
It says the defense meticulously compared the students' live courtroom testimonies against their initial statements that they gave to the Frisco police on the day of the incident. They highlighted discrepancies regarding who spoke first, how many times Anthony was told to leave, and the exact physical movements before the stabbing. Challenging the mutual friend. One key prosecution witness, a mutual friend of both boys, testified that Anthony was a hostile instigator, but on cross-exam, the defense surprised the witness by displaying photos of him and Anthony hanging out together, questioning why he didn't intervene to defuse the situation if he truly believed Anthony was a threat.
Was probably what was happening here. Again, in the scope of issues that cases could have, even though this is a, nationally watched case, the issues are kind of narrow.
Right.
Oh boy, Mark, when cross-examining the state's forensic video analyst, Mark Porter, the defense forced him to admit that none of the grainy stadium footage actually captured the moment of the stabbing. Porter acknowledged under cross-exam that it was entirely possible Anthony was sitting down when physical contact was initiated.
Spend time going back over the jury instructions again, which wouldn't take very long. And then if you take a straw poll or a vote and you see where people are at on issues, then you may ask a person why they felt this way or that way. And then if their recollection of events is different, or the reason that they feel one way or another is different, somebody may point out.
The defense forced witnesses to admit that Anthony was sitting down with his backpack on his lap while Metcalf and several other student athletes stood directly over him. The defense argued that a reasonable person in Anthony's position would feel concerned, outnumbered, and physically threatened.
Person who's firm in their belief. And so that usually, is how deliberations proceed. There's a person or persons that are firm, and then other individuals have to either be as equally firm for the verdict not to be reached, or they have to be open to a discussion. And over the course of that discussion, the firmer the person's belief is, then the more likely the verdict is going to go that person's way.
Okay, so we understand now that the jurors are being brought in, and we don't have a lot of time to go into more about the minds of jurors, but you want both firm and followers on any jury.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah.
I guess before we go to that, I mean, we're waiting to find out what the decision is. Let's talk a little bit about this trial in terms of, we did get more insight in terms of why Carmelo Anthony was under the tent, that he had a friend, that it was raining, he went for cover. But the defense never explained why he brought this pocket knife. It was just a small knife, 3.5 inches, why he brought it to the track meet. Do you think that in terms of, on the defense's side, was that a missed opportunity in terms of not explaining why he had that with him? Is that something that they should have gotten into, or is this a case of less is more?
I mean, I think they ultimately decided that less was more. I think their point was it was lawful to have it, and risking a violation of school policy was indifferent.
Yeah, unfortunately, states vary from state to state. Not all allow cameras. They're not even used to having a camera in the courtroom. What is that? But a lot of times we do get these trials. But it is up to the judges in the end. We didn't get to watch the Delphi trial either. We understand. We get it. Trust me. Those of us who like to see these trials, we get it. We already suffered through one we had to do it in the dark, for real.
Than 5.5 inches, which suggests that under Texas law, well, not suggest, it is actually legal to carry it there. But it suggests that it also could have other potential uses.
And of course, not having the knife cleaned, leaving the dried blood on the knife lends to the mind and imagination of the jurors those other uses.
Right. I think that, they decided that regardless of the reason, it did not sound like it was for purposes of a confrontation with the person that he didn't know he was going to be into a confrontation with on that day. So I think certainly you want to try to answer every question you can,
right?
But every answer comes with risk as well. If Carmelo had testified, he certainly could have been cross-examined, and it might have been an opportunity for the state to go back through in a different way the events as they unfolded from his seat. So I think they weighed that out and decided against it.
Lori Brown is telling us now that Judge Roach is on the bench and said that we are now on the record to bring in the jury, warning those in the courtroom any outburst, a person will be held in contempt. Defense Attorney Mike Howard standing with his arms on Carmelo Anthony, and they are standing now waiting for the jury to enter the jury box with the verdict.
So at any moment, we will hear what that verdict is. Again, if you are just joining us right now, the jury started deliberating at 10:52 this morning. They reached a decision a little before 2. And so we were waiting for that verdict to be announced at 2:05. It is 2:32 right now. Sometimes, these things take a while in terms of getting everybody into the courtroom, explaining the rules. Our Lori Brown telling us that any outburst, a person will be held in contempt. So just kind of, letting them know what the rules are, just so that, they have rules in place and they want people to follow, those rules.
It says here, Lori is telling us, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder. That is the verdict from the jurors, according to Lori Brown, who is in the courtroom.
Okay, we're hearing that first. Guilty of murder. We are finding that out.
And I think Russell Wilson, with the brevity of this deliberation, I don't think that's a surprise to many people.
All right. So, I mean, what we know is that, they've rejected the self-defense claim. They believed that the use of deadly force in response to the shove was excessive. And that's not necessarily a surprise based off of the totality of the circumstances. So I think, that was their verdict.
Now we'll see what happens with this jury in the punishment phase.
Right. So we're probably going to see a brief break, and the parties will get a chance to gather themselves, if you will, and the judge would have to decide if he wanted to go ahead and begin the punishment phase of the case, maybe in 15, 20 minutes or so, or if he wanted a break. Given that he's got the jurors sequestered, I think that they will get back started on testimony probably relatively quickly.
Let me ask you a question. You have a client who is a teenager who's a 3.8 GPA, has no bad record, has no juvenile history, has no engagement with law enforcement, has made this decision that has left him guilty of murder. How do you work in the punishment phase? What do you try to do to limit?
I mean, I think you gotta first you want to console your client and the family briefly, but you're gonna have to quickly turn to your anticipated punishment evidence, which is going to be the state again going first. You're going to hear more character information. It takes a while when you get an adverse verdict for the person to really accept and understand it. The state may be moving to have his bond held insufficient, meaning that if he walked in the courthouse today, that he won't be walking out tonight. Your client's going to have a whole lot of anxiety. You know, the range of punishments, 5 to 99 years. When you hear a guilty verdict of murder, you're certainly going to see your life flash before you because you recognize you could face imprisonment for the rest of your life. The attorney, if you get everybody calmed down, you need to start thinking of your most mitigating factors. Probably here will be age, of the offender and no criminal history.
And let me ask you, while I have you, Russell, let's talk about the converse side of that. Let's talk about at the prosecution table. I have covered trials where you were the prosecutor and you secured the win in the courtroom. You got the conviction. What happens to the family of your victim in this moment? What do you say to them as the prosecutor?
You know, we're actually there's a sense of relief for them regarding the verdict being the verdict that they wanted it to be. But you're still preparing as well as the prosecutor. So you'd say, you know, brief words of comfort. The family usually experiences some degree, like I said, of relief. And then I'm probably talking to them about who our first witnesses are. Maybe I'm wanting to go get, maybe I'm bringing a mom and I want baby photos. I want the graduation that was missed. I want the life to be expanded and explained and for people to understand just what the loss was.
Maybe his twin brother now, huh?
Yeah,
maybe the twin brother.
I'm lining up people to to emphasize the impact of the death. And, you know, both of these young men, I think, had no known criminal history or things like that. There's no drugs involved. They're both in high school athletics. So both sides will be talking about the promise of the individual. And the state will, of course, be saying, you know, our chance to come into our promise is gone.
Right.
And, you know, the defense will be saying, you know, that, you know, the gravity of what was done is, you know, struck now in a different way.
Yes.
And they'll be getting, you know, Carmelo's parents ready as well, I think, to testify.
I just want. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, that's it. I was going to say, so you're likely to hear, you know, the gut wrenching impact of death from the viewpoint of the victim and the viewpoint of the defendant. And, you know, you'll see a family. I don't know if they'll ask for a specific range or a specific number of punishment. But, you know, that's what I think is you're going to see unfold, and that's what we see unfold in punishment hearings on murder cases all the time.
How about the jurors now, too? I want to stay with what's going to happen in that courtroom because this is where we are now.
Right. Some of the jurors, it will depend, some of the testimony was emotional. In very, very emotional cases, the jurors themselves still aren't going to be free to talk with anybody or anything like that. So I think.
So is that body cam footage online? He said that to the officer because I understand there's a body cam, but that it didn't see the stabbing. And if he said he did it, okay, but did he say it was like I murdered him? Or did he say I did that in self-defense? I got to know all that stuff. And I'm not doubting y'all. When you said there was body cam, I'm like, what does that mean, And what sounds like to me, you would only have witnesses, right? Eyewitnesses that were there or whatever. Here, I'm going to try to see if I can find that. Did y'all only hear about it on the news pieces y'all watched, or did they actually show it somewhere? Hang on.
Until 10 years. And you may have the prosecution, saying, that Austin would have lived until, into his 70s. And that's what we've lost. And so you're going to have those arguments shaped, I think, real time. And a lot of jurors will often say that it's more difficult to decide the correct punishment in a case. And these are tougher areas for the lawyers as well. There's not, it's very low chance that a case gets reversed because the number is wrong, if you will. So you can't, if 20 can be right, 5 can be right, and 55 can be right.
Mm-hmm.
It's really all up to the jury. And so, the defense needs to attempt to put pressure on the jury, if you will, regarding the gravity of that. And the same with the state.
Right, because you wouldn't expect the state to suggest 10 or 20 years.
No, absolutely not. I don't think that they would suggest that. I think that they would suggest much more significant punishment numbers.
Mm-hmm.
This kind of gets into what we would see in the way of what we're going to hear in punishment. So without knowing what evidence they intend to put on, if it's just what I would call the emotional impact evidence, but they could get into, there may have been some scientific testing done, more information about Carmelo, maybe more about his background. And
I'm not seeing a body cam out there right this second, but I'm not doing a deep search either. I'm trying to run the show at the same time and keep an eye on things. I am looking around. I don't see it right now, but I'm looking for it.
So those are all possibilities.
We're just getting an update from Lori Brown in real time. She is saying that the jury has left for a break. The sentencing phase is going to start next. So if anybody leaves the courtroom, they will not be allowed back inside. Russell Wilson, thank you so much for your insight. We do want to see what is going on outside of the Collin County Courthouse. So our Alex Boyer has been out there since this morning. So Alex, if you can hear me, just explain what you're seeing, what you're hearing, what is going on around you now that the verdict has been announced.
Sure, Eden. And Sean, I have to say, I was really surprised to hear the kind of lack of verbal reaction or kind of loud reaction when people here in the crowd learned that Carmelo Anthony was found guilty of murder. There was a crowd gathered in the front, as you had seen a short time ago and have been seen from our different camera angles, kind of gathered listening for those first words. They heard the guilty verdict. Many kind of moaned, and then the crowd has been like you're seeing it now. It's been interesting to watch from where I'm standing. I have not been able to follow the crowd as closely as some of our photographers. I can tell you that my colleague Amelia Jones is also kind of with the crowd, so she'll have more of that perspective as well. But the crowd has been very calm, some minor outbursts, and then they've been kind of following in like a group to one side of the courthouse to the other as my photographer John pans across our tent here and the trees. It's a little difficult to see, but then that is kind of where the bulk of the crowd is starting to move. So officers remain on the other side of the barrier that I mentioned that's separating the parking lot from the steps of the courthouse. Most people here seemingly seem to be taking those orders from officers into account and staying on this side of the barrier. But again, emotions differing to some degree, but no outright loud emotion. There was one moment where I did see a woman on the ground. I think you're maybe watching that now, if I can see from our screen here. Some people sitting on the ground kind of reacting to it that way. Folks were kind of following that person's lead and kind of saying, I heard somebody say, stick together, let's all stay together. And that seems to be the sentiment out here. But all in all, relatively calm. Still a very large police force, as you might expect, out here keeping an eye on things. I have noticed a couple of additional law enforcement trucks, vehicles, constable vehicles that are in the distance there arriving, kind of creating more of a barrier separating the crowd from the entrance of the courthouse. But that is really what we are seeing right now, keeping an eye on the developments outside. Certainly a packed scene, though, as I mentioned earlier. I would say between kind of the scattered people across the parking lot and the group that has remained up front, easily a couple hundred people are here. They were waiting to learn the fate of Carmelo Anthony, and now they know.
And we watched in real time as a woman was on the ground being consoled, visibly shaken by that verdict there.
Yeah, there is, in the same space today, Alex Boyer, joy and pain, you would agree, with those folk outside the Collin County Courthouse.
Oh, absolutely. You know, from day one, when I was here last Monday at the beginning of the jury selection process, keep in mind that there were some 600 potential jurors that were brought here. That was a massive number, larger than most high-profile case, because the judge said from the beginning that he was going to get this right, and both sides ending up with the panel that they chose. Again, as we knew early on when the jury was sat, there were no African Americans on this panel, but still several minorities on this panel that decided his fate. As you mentioned, though, Sean, certainly, of course, we have supporters for the Metcalf family, supporters for the Anthony family, and then just people in general who have really followed this case from the beginning, since it was such a high-profile tragedy from the get-go happening here in North Texas, involving these two young men, both 17 years old at the time, Carmelo Anthony 19 now. So, of course, lots of focus, eyes, and attention leading up to when everything began last Monday. As the week progressed and as both sides started to present their case, it would ebb and flow with the groups that we would see here. Some groups louder than others. But then at the same time, we were also seeing people here that were very neutral, people that just wanted to come and pray with others and be someone that they could lend an ear to. I can tell you one day there was a pastor who was sitting out here, a non-denominational pastor who was here, and he was sitting down in a folding chair and offering free hugs and an ear, and I can tell you that certainly many people took him up on that. No doubt a lot of people are going to want to decompress and offload what they're learning today.
Yeah, and you talk about the many people, the supporters, but then you talk about those who weren't in either camp, people who wanted to see what justice would look like in this particular trial. And so now they've seen it. They've seen it play out. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, no, absolutely. To your point, Sean, for many people, this was the first time they've ever come to a trial. And as you know, Sean, covering many yourself and Eden as well, what these trials are like. But for the average citizen and resident, this isn't something they experience every day. And this, of course, was a very, very emotionally charged, high-profile case that drew a lot of opinion and feelings on either side, or as you mentioned, many folks just feeling bad, calling this a tragedy, which of course it was in it of itself. And then again, a lot of them coming today to the courthouse, wanting to be here in person for what you could argue, of course, is a moment in history, a sad history, of course, in terms of the gravity of the situation, justice being served by this jury, no matter what, how you feel about it on either side.
Absolutely. And that jury now, according to Lori Brown, is back in the courtroom. The punishment phase is underway. They have waived opening statements and are going straight to witnesses. One of the things that the judge said last week, if you remember, Alex, is that we're going to be done by Friday, June 12th. That was his goal. And at this rate, well, certainly now the verdict's returned. At this rate, they'll be done with punishment before the weekend.
Oh, absolutely. I think, many of my colleagues here that we've been speaking with from other outlets who have been covering this from day one, we certainly knew that the judge wanted a tight timeline. He said from day one that he was going to go from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day. He stuck to that. And in fact, he held testimony all day on Saturday. I was here for that as well. He went from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And that was when the prosecution rested. Midday or about 3 p.m. on Saturday is when the prosecution rested. We were surprised because we knew that there was 35 witnesses that were expected to testify. They ended up resting after the medical examiner having only called 21, but obviously they felt like they made their case. And based on what the verdict was today, they did in their eyes. So you're right, the judge saying that he wanted to have this wrapped up by this coming Friday. Again, here we now find ourselves in the sentencing phase, just shy of 3 o'clock on this day.
Right, and of course, it's not uncommon.
We don't usually see it happen like that. Is that like normal for Texas? Like you're found guilty and you do sentencing it all the same day? 3-day trial, 3 hours for deliberation, verdicts returned, and sentencing all in the same. That's wild, Texas.
Witnesses, we've made our point. All we need is to create this reasonable doubt. That doubt was not created on the question of murder.
And it looks like we are hearing from Carmelo Anthony's mother. I believe she has taken the stand. So she is saying, she was asked, do you believe he regrets it? She says, yes, I know my son. He is very sorry for what he did. Please have mercy on my son. And then she was asked, like any mothers, you love your son. She says, yes, regardless of what happens, you realize he will still get to be part of your life. Yes. So again, she is asking, for this punishment phase, for the jury, for everybody to consider that he is remorseful, which also was expressed during testimony early on, that he did not deny that he did this, and that, another witness said he was Anthony was distraught over what happened, that he was emotionally visible moments after all of this took place, and so we are hearing from his mother now.
So I can't find this body cam footage, but I'm trying to pull up what was said in the body cam footage, and it was played at the trial. So when the responding officer is replying on the radio, he refers to him as the alleged suspect. Anthony interrupts and tells the officer, no, I'm not alleged, I did it. But his justification is he put his hands on me and I told him not to.
Son a chance at life at some point in the future.
Mm-hmm. And again, he's looking at 5 years to 99 years in prison. So we will see what is decided. Lori is saying that the jury is out. They can't deliberate until they get the charge. So we'll see.
So this is another little surprise. I think we all thought there would be more testimony in the punishment phase. I anticipated that we might now hear from Hunter Metcalf about the loss of his twin brother. Not only were they twins, they were best friends. Thought we might hear from him. Thought we might hear more about who Carmelo Anthony is and the life that he could have rehabilitated. I thought we might hear more of that, but only hearing from his mother now in the punishment phase. And so the jury could come back today once they get the charge. They have to get the charge, which will tell them, here's the range of punishment. Here's what you can do now.
And I think because, Metcalf's brother, Hunter, did not testify before the jury reached its verdict, and because we did not hear from Carmelo Anthony's mother before all of this, we thought perhaps, both sides were saving these family members for this stage of this case. And it looks like, they decided we're just going to hear from one person and we're going to move along. Which is really how it feels like the whole trial has been. I mean, they've been on a tight schedule.
Yes, it has moved along. And, there were some folks out loud questioning, should a trial of this gravity go so fast? Who were supporters of both sides. It wasn't just one side saying that. People were concerned about the pacing and whether there was pressure on the jurors from the very beginning, knowing that we're going to be done by the 12th, you're going to be sequestered. Was that unfair pressure? But the jurors, from what we know, based on what our eyes, our reporters in the courtroom have said to us, they seem to handle the pressure in the moment extremely well.
And court is in recess right now, so we'll see. Again, Carmelo Anthony is looking at 5 years to 99 years in prison. He was 17 years old when all of this took place. Important to also note that, both Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony were teenagers at the time of all this. They were 17. But because Texas, the state of Texas, treats 17-year-olds as adults in the criminal justice system, that is why Carmelo Anthony is being tried as an adult. And so we found out not long ago that he was found guilty of murder, which was also interesting because, again, earlier this morning, the manslaughter charge was on the table as well for the jury to consider, and they decided to still go with that first-degree murder.
Now, it's not uncommon for a lesser included, as it's called, charge to be added at the time that juries began deliberation. The defense wanted criminal negligent homicide included in place of manslaughter, to which the judge said no. That would carry even a lesser sentence. So none of that is a surprise, really. His bond will be held insufficient. It is very, very rare that you have found guilty of murder and you're able to go home from the courtroom. So I would anticipate him going into custody today. But at the rate they're going, with the jury on recess now, with the charge being prepared, before 6 o'clock tonight, we could very well have punishment handed down and for Carmelo Anthony. And he would be in the control of the Collin County Sheriff's Department until which time the Texas Department of the prison system, they come and get him and take him to a prison farm where he would begin.
And he's looking at quite a range, like we said, 5 years to 99 years in prison. Maybe the jury will consider the fact that he does not have a criminal history outside of this. That, both of these students did well academically, that he did well academically. He did not have any other history of committing any other crimes. So I think the question here, too, is, which side of the spectrum are we looking at? Amelia Jones has also been covering this as part of our night side shift. She's been covering this trial. Amelia, can you just set the scene? Just tell us, where exactly are you? What are you seeing? What are you hearing from your sources? Just kind of fill us in on what's going on.
Absolutely, Eden and Sean. I'm just here on the sidewalk, just right outside the Collin County Courthouse. You can see the line of law enforcement behind me. They have not approached the crowd at all. They are staying right beyond the perimeter here, but obviously making their presence known. Now, I haven't personally seen any clashes between groups of supporters here. We've mainly seen people kind of gather in collective groups and then kind of share their thoughts or, any chants with each other. We know that this case has just taken on a life of its own, for a lack of a better phrase, on social media. So there are a lot of people that are live streaming right now on the various social media platforms. We also hear people on a loudspeaker. There's a speaker that was playing gospel music. As you heard Alex share earlier, there were some prayer circles and gospel words and songs that were shared before the verdict was reached. I did get a chance to speak to one man who told me that he does not know either party. He was not in the courtroom for any of the testimony. He came out today to just see what justice would look like here and what the jury would decide. And he told me there is no winning on either side. He said, obviously, the Metcalf family have lost their son. Nothing can bring Austin Metcalf back. And then on the other side, Carmelo Anthony will now be taken away from his family, and the jury is deciding right now what that sentence will look like. And so I will say, when the verdict was first announced and the word and the decision was kind of spreading through the crowd, there was a lot of unhappiness, especially in the crowd and group of people where I was. We know that Carmelo Anthony supporters have worn purple, and there was a lot of purple out here. And a lot of people, they did not hide their unhappiness with that verdict, but they have remained here. And again, kind of gathering.
I do remember, Marcy. I was one of those people.
The media. We also see some supporters. Someone behind the camera right here has a Justice for Austin sign. And I know my photographer, Andy, was able to speak with him. And so we are getting reaction from both sides out here. But so far, things have remained pretty calm. Again, there's been no physical confrontations, no clashes, at least that I've seen from my perspective, but you do see the law enforcement presence. And also, before that verdict was read, I could see law enforcement right up against the doors of the Collin County Courthouse, seemingly just in case anyone was going to run up those courthouse steps and potentially try to rush in. So they were really prepared here for this, but no law enforcement has come in contact with the crowd. They are really keeping their distance, keeping their eyes peeled. But so far things have remained peaceful, but the crowds have not died down at all. With that, I'll send it back to you guys. That's what I'm seeing out here live.
Thank you. And again, excellent work covering this trial where our politicians are now weighing in. And, typically you don't see politicians weighing in on local murder trials. You don't bring politics into this mix, but that's what we're seeing happen. State Representative Jared Patterson posting a statement on the murder conviction of Austin Metcalf's killer. There it is, as you can see it. It reads in part that the murder of Austin Metcalf was a senseless and heartbreaking tragedy that forever changed the lives of his family, friends, and community. All of that is true. Nothing can restore the life that was taken or ease the unimaginable pain of losing a child. Today's outcome of a murder conviction is justice served. And then Jeff Leach also posting on social media, on X, Carmelo Anthony guilty of murdering Austin Metcalf, the right decision, justice delivered. And so it is, I believe you said earlier, or may have been Alex who talked about this being historic. It is a sad and historic case that will always be talked about, reviewed, and looked at here in North Texas.
Absolutely. And, since we've been covering this trial, obviously no cameras were allowed in the courtroom. And so we've been relying heavily on our crew. Our Lori Brown is inside of the courtroom. And so she explained, she was describing what was going on as Carmelo Anthony's mother took the stand. And she just added, just kind of painting the picture of what's going on inside. And she said the mother's statements were tearful. That she was emotional. She was telling the jury to really, have mercy for her son. And so that also paints the picture of just how distraught she is. And so I think you had mentioned this on both sides, right? So there's one side that is very emotional and another side that feels this was the right call, that this murder charge, this murder conviction rather, was what Carmelo Anthony deserved.
And I have to tell you, Lori Brown and Alex Boyer took us into that courtroom every single day. They were the eyes and ears of viewers here in North Texas, capturing the moments that mattered the most during the hours of testimony in that courtroom. Judges have their own discretion about whether to have cameras in the courts or not at the state level, and Collin County has limited media access, not just this trial. There have been others that have been high profile. They've sometimes allowed cameras, sometimes not. Not with the same. Every judge has their own discretion. Many feel like cameras should have been in the courtroom because of the gravity of this.
Yeah, why wouldn't judges want the cameras in there when they know they got a high profile case? They're afraid it's going to make the circus worse. It could do the opposite and show us you're not trying to do nefarious stuff behind the scenes.
To stream along with us, be
Lord.
sure to download the Fox Local app, and we're going to continue to monitor what's going on outside of the courtroom, the courthouse, and also what's going on inside of the courtroom.
Are they leaving the air? Because there's other people out there watching. I think I'm multitasking, guys, while we're doing this. Did they like expect the people to freak out and act foolish and cause riots and things like that? I mean, it's not a good situation, right? It's by any means not a good situation, especially when you have young adults involved. And I'm telling y'all, this case out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, ain't much different. In fact, I need to get Molly over here to talk about that case. Hang on, I gotta check a message. Oh, that's what I was looking for. Yeah. I remember both the cases. Remember them well. Susan gonna stand there and cry on national TV. A black man stole my car and stole my babies. Bitch, you drove them babies into the lake. There was no black man involved. Sit the fuck all the way down. Yeah, that heifer. Mm-mm-mm. No, and a lot of these kids, they walk around with pocket knives and different things. And unfortunately, some of them walk around with the loaded gun. But a lot of them walk around with a pocket knife. That don't feel crowded and don't. If you can't, I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't see what happened. I don't know what any of the witnesses said or didn't say. I don't know how their stories changed allegedly from their statements to the courtroom. Body cam stuff that was after the fact, I would be curious to see it, but I can't make up my mind yet. I mean, I get people's feelings on it and they've seen what they've seen, but we've only seen what we've seen in the news, right? I've not watched one talking head or attorney tell me how to feel. I'm trying to get the information so I can figure out how I feel. It's wild. People are going to have very different opinions, I'm sure. I don't know what my opinion is yet. This news team done stopped talking, so we'll have to find somebody else in a second. I don't know. He's tried as an adult with murder charge now, so what would be the sentencing guideline, right? And I don't know how well his attorneys prepped for mitigation, sentencing phase and all that. I don't know what they could have prepared honestly for that. Murder in Texas is classified as a first-degree felony and is punishable by 5 to 99 years or life in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. We're both on there, Higgins. Come here, Google. Get your ass over here and answer a question. No, you just can't go around stabbing people. That's true. We can't do that, right? We can't be that kind of society where that's our immediate go-to as a weapon, right? People have lost the ability to settle things, rationally and calmly. Everybody's out to get me. We got to be so defensive, and we got to protect ourselves at all costs. Yeah, can't just walk up to somebody. You speaking bad about me? Yeah, I did. What like wow. With 17, 18-year-old boys trying to get it through their thick skulls sometimes that your actions have a consequence, right? I've been doing this with my little grandson, like trying to teach. I got 3 wild child boys on our hands right now. These boys are rough with each other, right? But teaching them the time and the place and the playing, because when you put your hands on somebody, you better be ready to face the consequence of that action. And when you turn 18 and put your hands on an individual, I may not be able to save you. That's what I'm teaching my 10-year-old boys in my world right now. I'm not going to overlook it and call it that's just boys being boys. That's what's wrong with the world today, society. We're going to let them get away with boys being boys and women being messy? Because that's what women do. They cackle and like hens. What? I don't. Well, I might, but not like in my life. I'm not all messy. I try to do shit right. A long line of feral. You just like me. My friend Simi. Where's my feral friend? She's busy today. We get feral over here, Higgins. We're good. We got common sense behind our feralism, don't we? Do we just make up a new word? We have common sense behind our feralism. Do not come sideways at us. Shit. We can have strong opinions in different things, but we still need all the information. I'm lacking right now. I don't know what's happening. I don't know. I know you don't just get to stab people. Sheriffs don't get to walk in and shoot judges either. I understand right from wrong. I had a good upbringing.
And welcome back, my friends. We are in continuing coverage in the digital studio. Sean Rabb here along with Eden Chuckle as we talk now about the Carmelo Anthony guilty verdict, Eden, and wait to find out.
My mama would say, get your asses in that backyard and settle it. Don't come back in here and bother me with that mess. Get out there and get it done.
Walking through us the legal machinations here. Question, are you surprised there was only one witness in the punishment phase, that being the mother?
Yes, that is a bit of a surprise. That usually can only happen with some type of agreement among the parties, whether formal or informal.
Okay.
So normally we would see the state put on, if you will, their punishment case. And so to hear that the first and only witness, if I'm understanding this correctly, was Carmelo's mom, I think would mean that the state views themselves as having presented a very strong case for a very harsh punishment. And it would also mean that the defense believes they've presented their best mitigating or reasons to seek lower punishment, that they believe they've presented that as well. So I think you mentioned earlier, but yeah, I think if that is the case, that the only witness we hear from is his mom, Carmelo Anthony's mom, then I think that
well, apparently the defense called 6 witnesses, but I wonder, was she the only one to speak on his behalf? You know what I mean? Or were the other ones witnesses to the incident that they rebutted?
And I think it just, you guys were mentioning that whether or not the case was tried at a fast pace or not. But I do think when you tell people they're going to be sequestered, it's just more likely that they're going to make a decision faster. And it may have been, to prevent exposure to social media or other things outside of the control of the courthouse. But I think that same principle will hold true in a punishment phase as well.
Sure.
And so if the judge was saying he's going until 6 every day and we're at 3:15, the jury if they're on a break, then the only other thing to do would be to prepare the punishment charge. I talked about that a little bit earlier. And again, that's a much shorter charge than the actual jury charge, and the jurors are given a space where they have to fill in a line.
Right.
They fill in a number of years between 5 and 99, and they can enter a fine up to $10,000. But
So of the 6 of the witnesses the defense called to testify, some testified that it was common for student athletes from different schools. What happened to their thing? It went off. We'll pull up another one. Common for student athletes from different schools to mingle under various tents during track meets. They highlighted that Metcalf weighed 50 to 60 more pounds than Anthony and was standing over him with several teammates while Anthony was seated, creating a threatening, crowded environment. That's literally all they have, right? It's not like there was this big brawl and it took, long drawn out thing. It was a quick thing. And a lot of the witnesses, so I got to hear. And then if we're tripping we know how they always say, they warn us about these eyewitness statements, that they're not always accurate, that sometimes you remember things after the fact. So did the witnesses recall more and add to it, or did they change some of their key details, right? We hear how trauma affects the ability to recall what you just witnessed accurately or inaccurately. Rachel, you were an only child. Oh God, I had siblings, cousins. We were never alone. Even if you wanted to be, half the time you couldn't be. It's wild. Wild. Okay. I had cousins that were only kids, and they were so grateful for the rest of us. They're like, we're coming with y'all. Our house is boring and quiet, right? We're like, what's one more? Come on. I don't know what's going on here. I pulled up a live feed and all I saw was trees. It looks like them same people are back, or they're just re-showing what they showed earlier. So we're waiting on them to, okay, let's see this. Another feed here.
Arm around him. His forehead was on Carmelo's forehead. They were in quiet conversation. It looked like that Howard was trying to console or to prepare
Prosecution and the defense waived opening statements
so quickly. The courtroom filled up. The judge announced that the jury had had a verdict. The jury came in. Nobody on the jury that I could see looked at the defendant when they walked in.
The punishment phase ends after one witness.
Guilty of first-degree murder. At that point, we looked around the room for reaction. I didn't see any reaction from the jurors. Carmelo Anthony, who I was looking at, he stood with his head partially down, his eyes closed very tightly. You could see the wrinkles on the side of his forehead. He was obviously in some kind of agony internally hearing this news. His mother, who was on the front row behind him, leaned against the railing and put her head down. We didn't hear any emotion from Carmelo Anthony, but within just a few seconds after the verdict was read, you could hear him sobbing out loud in a very quiet courtroom. It was an interesting experience to be in there. The Metcalf family, which was told by the prosecutors not to show any emotion, did just that. They were pretty stoic when this verdict came down. At that point, the judge very matter-of-factly said to the defendant, Carmelo Anthony, that your bond, the whole time, more than a year, has been extinguished, and you are now remanded to the custody of the Collin County Sheriff's Office. And you could feel, obviously, the anxiety on his side and on his family when that was relayed to him. They took him out, took him into a side room. At that point, the judge said that he was going to talk to the prosecution and defense about the upcoming sentencing phase, or the punishment phase of the trial, which in Collin County begins right after the guilt or innocence phase. And they brought Carmelo Anthony back in after a few minutes, and then we started this punishment phase, which we normally expect them to last about a day and a half, 2 days at most. Yeah. This moved lightning fast. It's supposed to include opening statements, witnesses, closing arguments. A judge charged the jury. It's like a separate trial. But in this case, the prosecution waived its opening statement. The defense waived its opening statement. Prosecution rested immediately. The defense called one witness, Kayla Hayes. That's Carmelo Anthony's mother. She took the stand. She was asked by the defense, first of all, if she loved her son. She tearfully broke down and said, "He's my oldest. Of course I love my son. I will always love my son. And he's my baby." And then the defense said, "Pass the witness." And the prosecution then said, "Ma'am, just have one question for you." And that question was, you could still be with your son, right, in incarceration, making the inference that she still has a son to at least talk to and visit, if not, more, because the Metcalfs have no one. Austin Metcalf isn't coming back. And so she said, "Yes, I do," and reaffirmed that. The prosecution rested after, or passed the witness. She was excused. And then the prosecution said, "We rest," and the defense rested. And the judge said he was going to go back and work on the charge to the jury. And once he comes back, which should be around now or soon, once they read that charge, then I'm understanding there's going to be closing arguments on both sides, but I really don't know at this point. There really has been nothing done to try to mitigate Carmelo Anthony's, punishment in this case. He's facing 5 to 99 years in prison. He has no criminal record. I haven't heard anything about a sudden passion defense that can be raised after a murder conviction that can help minimize the amount of time that a person stays incarcerated. I don't know if at this point if that's going to be part of the sentencing. We'll find out here in a minute from the judge and the prosecutor and defense attorneys, but we fully expect this case to go to the jury here in just a few short matter of minutes or hours, and the jury will deliberate as long as they want to into the afternoon and evening. If they don't reach a decision on sentencing, they will be sequestered, and then they will come back tomorrow morning and then come back with a sentence again of either 5 to 99 years in prison. In the case of Carmelo Anthony, which has generated so much hostility, tension, conflict, not just here in North Texas, but all across the country, as we've seen.
JD, you made an observation and you presented a point that I think so many of us who have been following this case have also observed ourselves, and that is the lightning speed in which all of this has moved. I mean, from the beginning, right? They worked through the weekend, closing arguments. This went to the deliberations. Within 3 hours, we had a verdict. Then it was read, and here we are. It's not even 4 o'clock right now. What do you make of all of this, the speed of it all? I mean, is that just the style of this judge? Is that because, I mean, you've been watching, you've been sitting in there. Is it because evidence was overwhelming? I mean, why so fast? What makes this so different than other cases and trials like this?
Okay. Yeah, well, you brought up one reason, and that is the judge, Judge John Roach Jr., who I've covered many trials.
Yeah, they did their opening arguments, right, Butterfly, but they waived that part, and I was like, that's still a little. This is all very, very quick, right? So it feels like it's just extremely fast. I don't know what to make of it yet, because I didn't see everything.
Very tight court, and he doesn't tolerate anything other than what's necessary. I know it doesn't sit well, though, with a lot of the people out here around me you can see and hear, or people out there in the social media universe who think this was some kind of a railroad, that somehow that Carmelo Anthony didn't get a fair trial. That's certainly going to be something in the social media blogosphere, whatnot, that you know, it's gonna fuel that feeling, because this is going.
With the social media bloggers, it fuels our feelings. Because are we the only ones willing to have an open, honest conversation? Is that a problem?
And they get the maximum punishment very often. So it's something that is not unusual here in Collin County. We're used to having trials move at this pace. Obviously, in other places, this might have drawn out weeks or months. But you know, this is obviously a case that people are going to red flag, and they're going to be talking about for a long time. The fact there were no black jurors, the fact that you know, the defense was not allowed to incorporate some things into the court, into the evidence that they wanted to. Those are all going to be raised, certainly on appeal, if they appeal this verdict, which is more than likely. But just the fact that the you know, the optics of this trial matter to not only the people out here, but just to, you know, the credibility of the justice system. And so, you know, whether or not it is fair or not is not for me to say, but it's something that is clearly going to resonate here for a long time, because we are seeing a trial that it's happening faster than anyone expected, for sure.
Yeah, much faster. And JD, we understand that while you've been out here talking to us, which we very much appreciate, the jury has been given the charging documents, and as you mentioned, they probably were going to waive the closing arguments. It looks like they've done that, because the jury has already gone back and they are beginning the deliberations now in the sentencing phase.
To JD's point of how quickly this is moving, now we're in deliberations for sentencing. JD, I guess don't go too far, because we might be getting word here on the sentencing sometime here shortly. For now, though, JD, let's go ahead and take a break. We'll visit with you in a bit. We want to thank everybody who's been watching with us here on the air on CBS News Texas and on Channel 11. We're going to go ahead and break away from the on-air programming right now, but we will continue our coverage on the CBS News Texas.
Well, we'll go find somebody else to hang on, watch until they come out with it. Lord. How long are they going to make him and his family wait to hear their and the victim's family as well? You know, wait on the sentencing to come down. Sometimes we don't have patience for all this court stuff they want us to think is taking forever. All right, let me get my chat pulled back up where I can see what's going on. Almost like, let's hurry up and get this over with. Yeah, you can't help it. It's like, what's going on? Now, you know, what if tables had been turned and the suspect was a white boy? Would people be like, this is outrageous? We have to ask those questions sometimes. I don't know. I'm not trying to say that
Fast. They when they begin.
You know, that should be a thing, but you have to wonder sometimes. So is this one from earlier? Same people?
Maybe. I mean,
It's
I don't
all
even
told.
think that. Yeah, right.
Yeah, and it's so they basically they waived their opening statements. We heard from one person, and that was Carmelo Anthony's mother. That the defense called. The prosecution rested its case right away. The defense called Carmelo Anthony's mother. She spoke.
They had a court on Saturday. That's not unheard of. That's happened before, but it's unusual, right? Why? Hurry up. Y'all don't discuss it much. Just get in there and just slam dunk. Boys, we're good.
Karen has brought out all kind of debate, all kind of opinion, and really people who have faced off physically in front of that courthouse throughout the trial. It happened today. It happened soon after that verdict was read. We want to play you a couple of sound bites that we were able to get for you from supporters of both sides of this trial, Anthony supporters and Metcalf supporters as well. Let's go ahead and play that for you right now. Have a listen to what some of the folks who have been monitoring the trial from outside the courthouse had to say shortly after this guilty verdict came down. Have a listen.
Nobody wins. You know, it's a loss on both sides. You know, for the Austin family and for the Carmelo family. Man, I don't want to be in this situation.
And we also have some sound from a Metcalf supporter that hopefully we can go ahead and cue up for you.
I don't want to see the young man go away for his whole life. I think he's young enough that he can hopefully grow, learn something, come out and be a productive part of society. I don't even think he went there to do what happened, but that's what happened. And we don't need to be setting a precedent where if you come up and shove me, I can just pull a knife and stab you in the heart. Proportional force, right? If I come up and shove you, you shove me back, we get in a fight, but not pull a knife and stab somebody in the heart.
There you go.
For Christ's sake, man.
All right, and we understand that Frisco ISD, the communications department, has issued a statement saying our community has carried the weight of this tragedy for more than a year, and our thoughts remain with the impacted families, friends, and classmates. We respect the judicial process and will continue to support our students with compassion and care. We know this trial has brought strong emotions and deep grief, and we ask that our community continue to support each other with respect, sensitivity, and understanding.
That's from Frisco ISD.
Yes.
The school district.
Now,
Okay.
both of those students, both were Frisco ISD students, different schools,
Right.
but both in Frisco ISD.
That's where the school district plays a role in all of this. All right, my friends, we're going to go ahead and break away from the stream right now that you've been watching. We thank you so much for following along with us and getting up to date with us here.
Well, let me see. Okay. The thing about the schools being involved and it being on school property, and the schools are going to feel some type of way and want certain things done, and they like to have things handled certain ways. August Borden was a 15-year-old student. He was injured so severely after a football practice at Tuscumbia High School in Alabama that he had to be taken by life flight to UAB in Birmingham. He was intubated for 2 days with skull and orbital bone fractures and brain injuries. The coaches, administrators, and investigators claim it was all a result of a freak accident, but his parents and many in the community say they're still not getting straight answers, and this never should have happened. Join us for the ongoing investigation into what happened to August Borden. Now, that comes from a local reporter with a YouTube channel. I got mad respect for Miss Molly over here. Yes, she's local. She was part of our media for a very, very long time. She knows her shit. Let me just put it that way. She's written a book on the King brothers' murders, their father. That was a high profile local case. August Borden's case. August Borden, overpriced thorn in the side of the football in Tuscumbia. August Borden update, October 11th, October 10th. Cover up, huddle up, Tuscumbia. Tragic injury or accident. Now, these boys, rough housing, football players, protection. It was a whole lot to unpack, more than to get into right here. And it's probably way different than what was going on in that town. But when you start to pack on a lot of different elements, and not just like this is athletic stuff, but it happened. They're both on an athletic playing field, right? Things involved. There's a lot of factors you may not consider when you considering all of it. That's why I would love to see that trial. I would love to see more of this witness testimony. Remember the guy? What was that lake killing where the man got in the fight with all the kids and the stabbing occurred? Remember that case? How that divided everybody. Things happen in the heat of the moment. People really should be careful about running around with weapons in their hand. Right? So if you can't control yourself and your emotions, and if you think you're in a position where you need weapons, think about where you're taking yourself, Just start talking to the boys, start talking to the kids. You got that mean girl group mentality that goes on, and then you got those thug boys that gang up thing that goes on, and these kids don't know they have real world consequences, right? And look at the Mackenzie Shirillo of it all. Parents like hers, that child didn't stand a chance in hell knowing right from wrong, what was appropriate behavior and what wasn't. Dead ass can blame her mama and daddy for all that. Unleash that little girl right onto society. Here's our little beautiful angel. Society, didn't we do good? The hell? What are we teaching these kids? What are we not teaching them? Teach them how to handle altercations. Teach them how to handle disagreements, right? That kind of stuff's going to happen. Kids are going to have disagreements with each other and say things, and it's how they handle it, and don't gang up on each other. Be the diffuser. Make it normal and okay to be the one to step up and say, hey guys, this is crazy. Instead of everybody, for a minute there, we had everybody whipping out cameras and doing nothing but standing by. Crazy, right? Let me see if there's any more, another live feed. I don't know how long it's going to take for them to get this sentencing read. Court TV said it was this, but it was something else. I'm like, what are y'all doing over there? I don't know. I haven't watched that Court TV in so long. So long. Okay, so the lady, be quiet, because y'all are old. That was old news. Like they're just repeating something they repeated a little bit ago. Oh, I know. I see what these parents are doing on social media. Everybody's on social media. It's just a part of life now. So social media is real life. Welcome to real life now, including your social media, right? So some parents do it right there on the media, social medias, and all over their Facebooks and their Instagrams, and that's just part of their life. Whether they choose to do it on social media or just right there in the yard, right? They're doing it. It's just everybody need to calm down and really think about some of these things. I don't know what to make of this case. Like y'all heard me say it already. I don't know enough. I haven't seen anything. I don't know if I agree with this verdict. If it was, no, he shouldn't have stabbed him. Good God, I don't think any of us can argue that that was justified. Right? I'd be a fool to say, well, he deserved that. Like, lady, what's wrong with you? No. Hang on, what is it? Hang on, 1 second. What do we have here, sir?
Or I have to read you your rights because of the whole. Okay. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to the presence of an attorney to assist you prior to questioning and to be with you.
And this is not today, as of like right now, for hurling false allegations at YouTubers or whatever. This is apparently from when he got caught trying to get that firearm into the airport.
During questioning, if you so desire. If you cannot afford an attorney, you have the right to have an attorney appointed for you prior to questioning. Do you understand your rights, sir?
I do.
Okay. Now having been advised of these rights and understanding these rights, will you answer my questions?
Sure.
Okay, perfect. Formality.
Make sure my pictures are good.
Okay. You're the only one that handled the bag today,
Yeah.
to your knowledge?
Well, my wife may have it. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that is your firearm?
Yes, it is.
Okay, perfect.
It's a department issue.
Department issued. Okay.
I will.
Where are you traveling today?
We're going to Laguna Beach through LA. LAX, I think is the flight's still going.
Do you remember?
He's going down to Laguna Beach. He's not going down to Laguna Beach. Oh my God. Laguna Beach, sir. Got to take my firearm with me. Never know.
You're packing the firearm?
You know, I
or is
did.
it-
So last night we had a election night, so we went to the Star Pass Resort, stayed there. I had the gun in my car. I didn't want to leave it in the valet, so I stuck it in that bag, the backpack. Took everything to the room. Got up this morning in a rush when we were late, and just threw everything in.
Okay. Okay. Have you guys, what all have you gone over with him or?
I handed him his notice.
Okay.
And then I let him know that you were coming up.
Okay.
And then as soon as you get done, I'll advise him what
Do
the
your
steps
thing.
are.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
whenever you are done, sir.
Let me contact my chain. And
You do your chain and then I'll tell him what
and
the
you do
next
the
step
thing.
after you do yours.
Perfect. I got this stuff. And your phone number is this 465?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I found that just by snooping around on the internet for a second. I was like, what in the world? Yeah, smug. He's like, well, what had happened was. What had happened? I forgot it was in my bag. Late night at the bar. He says code for bar was late night at the wherever he was at. Wow. Dude. Oh goodness. Yeah. I'm just looking at y'all's chats for a second, make sure I haven't missed anything. Oh yeah, Sparky, that's been out there for a minute where Nano's got in trouble for trying to take his gun, his department issued gun. Yeah, he didn't he got caught. Tried to talk his way out of it. He didn't mean to. It was an accident. Threats from a spider. Just let me talk about my wounding. A spider tried to kill me. The fuck, lady, come on. Whatever, Trisha. Trisha, you wayward soul, you. When's your next live scheduled? And so what Andy has got some good stuff she just dropped recently. You guys go over there and give Andy's content a view on the Trisha of it all. Getting to the bottom of some stuff, hopefully. And now she's putting videos back up, but only the ones that pertain to JJ. Let's see what's going on over here. She's watching people. Oh, they're talking about me deleting all my, or taking down all my content. I better put some back up. A link to somebody's cancer journey. Is it the lives? Okay, 5 years ago, subpoenas issued, grand jury impaneled. Thumbnail with JJ and Tylee. But that's, let's see. What's she got on her lives? Tonight at 9:30. Guilty in the murder of Austin Met. Okay, well, let's just see what kind of fuckery you. Yeah, I watched one the other day just for I think it was last night. It might have been Olaf's. Hang on. I feel like they have one we haven't watched yet where she's going in about John Ramsey. Still being JonBenét's killer. How he's a liar. He's a liar, pants on fire, according to Trisha. She'd know. She's the expert. Everybody's an expert these days. Hey, can we get our expert fees from these people? Because we're going to need them. Whoa, I forgot he was even in this. Oh, Gray. You still want to block me there, Gray? One of my mods blocked Salty. She's asking a important question that I want to answer. No, y'all don't want to block her? Damn it, man. Okay. Hey, Gray, what up?
You want to sit over here for a minute?
Yeah, I got just a few minutes. You got to go. Getting ready to go here, John.
Hey, we got Trisha Griffith over here from...
Is he wearing lipstick? What's wrong with Gray's lip? Gray, do you got a what's going on there? Is Gray wearing lipstick? Did Trisha kiss him?
Web sleuth.
Whoa, Trisha.
That's right. Hey, how's everybody doing? How's everybody doing?
Hey, that's my...
Did she just pull the phone out of her tits? Let me sit down here, Gray. Let me grab my phone out my chest. Or was it in her... What is that around her neck? Is that a medicine bag, Trisha? What you got going on there, hun?
My music. Listen, you guys, listen.
Yeah. Pause for a second and stay.
What?
He begging you, don't go away.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Pause for a second and stay.
Trisha might throw her back out. Look at her. Rock on. Rock on. I did that back in the day. I was a groupie and all.
Begging you, don't go away.
Hit it, Trisha.
Please don't swipe. Throw me a like. Add me to your FYP. If you like this, make a playlist. Be the one who saves me. Pause for a second and stay.
Hey, can you say, hi, Trisha from Web Sleuth? I'm going to make a video of you being really nice. Okay?
Oh, yeah?
really, really nice. What do you think?
Like right now?
Yeah, just say,
Am I on there?
no, you will?
No.
Okay, just say, hi, Trish from Web Sleuths.
Hi, Trish from Web Sleuths. And don't forget to always support your creators so they can keep doing what they always do. They're on there every single night for you. Make sure that you're able to support them to allow them. You got done with it?
I got it. Anyway, hey.
She's like, that's enough, Gray. I've been telling everybody, I don't know how you do it, how you get up there and chastise your audience because they didn't throw you enough dough today. How you do that, Gray? I've seen Trisha make a whole ass video about that. How does Gray do it? Gray, get out there and support your favorite. We're down here every night doing this for you.
And to Gray Hughes, to the freaks out there, you guys are great. You support him as you should.
Have one of those.
Oh, I can have one?
Yeah, it's a stuffed ball.
Can I throw it at John Ramsey when his first lie he tells?
Yeah, boom.
I have to run my...
Can I throw it at John Ramsey for the first lie he tells? Can we put your ass in one of them Dunkin' booths and throw some shit at the little paddle ball and play Dunkaroo with Trisha? So she's done decided to play judge and jury all by herself without hearing all the facts, right? That's how Trisha rolls. I don't need facts, bitches.
Dear, I'm gonna watch John Ramsey live.
All right.
So,
good luck.
Thank you. Okay, I'll talk to you later.
All right,
Okay?
Pause for a second and stay. He begging you, don't go away.
That was awesome. Wow.
Again, that was another fantastic presentation by the OLAP. What? And they act like that, and that's normal. That's their normal behavior. Y'all know, y'all been around, y'all have seen, well, I don't know if y'all have seen Trisha or not, and how many of y'all have actually watched Gray or not. But if you've ever been over there for a minute, you know how Gray acts when he goes off on everybody. And Trisha's, I've seen her talk about it. How does Gray do it? Out there begging everybody, and I just can't make a dime. Got to pay for the server for the Web Sleuths site. If they shut us down, they're going to shut our shit show down if y'all don't give us enough money today. We're con artists in sheep's disguise. We are disguised as grifters, but we're technically con artists. What in the world is happening? Two sick puppies. Yeah, they are. They truly are. And they're not the only ones, right? It's just they're not the only ones, unfortunately. Yeah, last time Trisha was live, she covered the Mickey Steins hearing. Just a couple days ago. And then she's got a live scheduled for tonight, it looks like. I all of a sudden can't stop yawning. I can't stop yawning all of a sudden. Maybe I should get myself some coffee. Figure out what I'm going to do the rest of this day. What am I going to do the rest of this day? Y'all, thank y'all for coming in and hanging out with my birthday. With me on my birthday. If I can get the words out. Lordy. The slow-mo rock on. Right, butterflies? She's like, I can't go that fast anymore. I'm an old lady now. I can't go that fast. Can't go that fast. I don't even know what to think about that woman. I didn't like her to start with. All right, before all of this, I didn't like that lady. And I really didn't like all that I saw that she was trying to do or doing in the Sebastian Rogers case. It was clear to me that she wasn't trying to get to the bottom of anything. She was just wanting a piece of the pie, so to speak. Oh, this is gaining traction. Oh, I might can get this person up here and whatever. And the rest is history. I remember thinking to myself, people like go to that website and stuff and like take it as a legitimate source for things. Like, I don't know. But I guess people do learn, and that's what matters. We figure things out. And even there's people that we didn't know were bad, right? I didn't know was bad yet until they showed themselves. But once they start showing themselves, we need to peace out on that and not go back. Don't wait around to see what happens. I can't stop yawning. I might need a nap for my birthday, Butterfly. I may need a nap. I don't know. I got to choose what I want for dinner, according to the kiddo. So I got to figure that out. Other than that, nah, I don't have any big plans. I'm going to go chill in my backyard and touch grass and listen to the birds sing. It's my favorite thing to do, one of them. I don't want to go to the beach. It's like late in the day and all that, and I'm not going out there just for a walk around. I'm having a cookout this weekend with the kiddos. I know I won't be live on Saturday because I'll be having the kiddos all over here. Birthday pie. That's right, because we don't eat cake. I don't eat cake. I don't want a birthday cake. Can I get a pineapple upside down cake maybe? I don't know. We'll see what happens. I want some good food though. I want a good meal. Gets me a good meal. Yeah, that's it. I don't eat cake. Isn't that weird? Oh, and it's not weird. To me, it's not. Other people, it is. Even when I was a little kid, my mom knew I did not care about that birthday cake. That literally was for everybody else. Like, Mom, I don't want that. Don't make me eat that shit. She's like, fine, I'll make you a pineapple upside down cake. And we'll have 2 cakes, okay? I like all kinds of pie, though. I'm not huge on sweets. I like chocolate pie, pumpkin pie. See, it can go both ways. Lemon pie is my favorite. Moa could get me a lemon pie for my birthday. There we go. I'm up in the boonies, Marcy. I'm so far away from restaurants. It's crazy. So I have to get it ordered, and my son can go by and pick it up in town on his way home from work, right? Like, I'm picky. I don't want it to be cold when it gets here. And I'm 15 miles outside of town. Shit, you not. So I have to be strategic. When I was down in my sister's house for a few months, I was like, I can order a DoorDash, and I don't got to do much effort. That's a little dangerous for somebody like me, though, who doesn't. I'm like, slow the roll, girl. But anyway, I'll figure out something. I'm going to have some sort of dinner later. And I need to get up with my... there's Dolphin. She's back. I need to get up with you in a little while and check on you. Uh-oh, my dog just went off. Probably at nothing. Yeah, lemon pie is great. My granny used to make lemon pie, and it was the homemade lemon pie and her meringue and everything, right? I'm like, how does she do it? I can't get it to taste like granny's. It is what it is. But king crab and ribeyes, ooh, yummy. Now, if I do love a good steak and a good crab cake, come to think of it, and good barbecue. Those are my jams, and some lemon pie. Right? And we're there. We're like, yeah, get it, girl. Sea bass. I want fried fish out of the river. My daddy catches it. I want that fish. Fresh out the river that my daddy himself caught. In fact, he needs to come down here and bring it to me and cook it for me. I need to call my daddy. Hey, Daddy, when you're coming over here on Saturday, how about bringing a mess of those fish? You hear that, Rachel? A mess of fish, right? She gets me. All right, guys. Y'all go have a great afternoon. Stay out of trouble out there. Don't wreak havoc and get yourselves into trouble. And be careful on them damn YouTube streets. Y'all take care. Say your blessings and all the things. Dolphin, we are so glad you are okay. Let me get these animals around here squared away, and I'll get in touch with you. I'll give you a call, hun. All right, guys. Y'all, thank you for your birthday wishes. I appreciate you. Get out there and support victims and families, right? Yes, Kimberly, catfish. Well, my dad catches catfish and lots of freshwater fish, but we are big on the catfish, too. He catches monsters. He catches the river monster, and we don't do it like Louisiana. We don't jump in and get it out with our hands. We can run a trot line. Oh, wait, never mind. We have to do it differently now. It's kind of illegal a little bit. It's not exactly a trot line. Anyway, well, that's how we fish for catfish around here. I ain't jumping in and grabbing it out with my hands. Although one time my mom did catch a big fish and it got wrapped around a log in the dark black river water. My mom just gets up, right over into the water she went, under the water she went, and then got her business done. And when she come up, she had her fish. We were like, damn, mama, you got, okay. That's how I was raised. The women are like, shit, hold on a minute. I got some shit to do. We ain't frail and all that around here. We get it done. All right, guys. With that said, y'all go have a good one, and I'll see you back here tomorrow. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.